it's a series of discussions that are ongoing in the next couple of days.
Yes.
That we have two exhibitions, one exhibition workshops and one exhibition.
No, I'm not here first time. Where last time here, to see how your waves are crossing sometimes not. Between Radek and the same situation.
Ja, men det har vi sikkert så på det samme. Vi visste det was other home.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
But otherwise they're on the same. Some programs.
President, you know,
Hello? 19.
So, everybody very welcome.
Mr. Minister, you know, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland.
First of all, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, very welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are here at the opening of the project Ukraine is You, a project organized by the Victor Pinchuk Foundation, the PinchukArtCentre, together with the Office of the President of Ukraine. Today's project has three different components. One component are a series of lectures and conversations that will happen throughout the coming days. We have two exhibitions, one exhibition on liberation, specifically the liberation of Kherson, here on the ground floor, and a second exhibition on war crimes, continuing what we have done in May here in Davos, which you can find on the first floor. Now let me please welcome the founder of the PinchukArtCentre, the Victor Pinchuk Foundation, Yes and East One Group, Victor Pinchuk.
Thank you. Dear friends, Mr. President, Mr. Minister, welcome to our project, Ukraine is You. What happened in Ukraine can happen to you. That's why we invite you to be Ukrainian for the moment here. Join Ukrainians in the moment of liberation, in the moment of empowerment, bringing freedom back, moment liberation of Kherson, for example. But also join Ukrainians in the moment of suffering, because it's happening every day and every hour. You know, 3 days ago, I was in the process of preparation to my trip to Davos, and I heard one more missile attack to Ukraine, and it happened. This is my hometown, Dnipro, and I know this building very well, and I know my friend there. By the way, my oldest daughter now, she's also in Dnipro, and she told me, "Father, I heard this." And many people died during this attack. More than 40 bodies already founded, but expectation it will be more. What about Pereklad? And you know, it's terrible, and it reminds me one more time how terrible this war is. And just, you know, please, for the moment, imagine you sit in your living room or in your kitchen, and then a missile comes, and can you please imagine it with me for a second or for a millisecond? This is what happened, and this is what happens all the time if it's not stopped. And now I will tell you two things. First, the missile that killed these people could not be stopped by Ukraine because we don't have weapon to stop this missile. This missile, H-22, also military specialists call this killer of air carrier. This is really very powerful missile. Russian terrorists already sent more than 200 missiles of this type, and even no one was stopped because we don't have defense. But it exists, and you have this. For example, Patriots. Please send this equipment to Ukraine now, because please imagine Ukrainians in this moment of tragedy, and maybe it will help you to make this decision faster. And also, second thing, this attack also one more proof how Ukrainians are unbreakable. I just spoke with the mayor of Dnipro, and he told me, you know, immediately after this attack, we offered to all people, and this building has more than 1,000 residents. We offered to all residents temporary apartments and, of course, food. And everybody said no, because already their friends, volunteers, relatives offered to them everything. Only what they needed, but it was closest because they lost everything. But people from Dnipro sent much more, even closer than even they needed. It shows how strong Ukrainian people, their strength and the unity of the nations. But still, we need our very strong and very immediate help. What interesting fact, the name of this residential district where this building exists, the name, Pobeda, it means victory. And it's very symbolic, because it means that the resident of this building will never give up, and residents of Dnipropetrovsk will never give up, and these kids from Kherson will never give up, and their parents will never give up, and all the Ukrainians will never give up. On the only question, how many Ukrainians must die before our enemy will understand, will accept their defeat. And I have to tell you that this war has many fronts. Of course, main front is military front where our heroes risk their lives and fight. But cultural front is also very important, and I believe that art has potential to be very efficient, not only tool, very efficient weapon. Maybe it will help to convince decision makers to send necessary weapon much quicker. And I believe this exhibition will contribute to our victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pinchuk. And now it's my honor to introduce the President of Poland, President Duda.
President, I'm very happy to be here with you, and thank you very much for the invitation. This is a very important moment and very important place. Second time, unfortunately, this special Ukrainian house here in Davos presenting Russian war crimes is being opened here, and thank you very much, because this is very, very, very important to show all participants of this World Economic Forum, this conference, people who are coming here from all over the world, to present them, to show them the truth about Russian invasion against Ukraine, about Russians' behaviors in Ukraine during that invasion, during that terrible war. I'm also very happy that one of the co-organizers, one of the participants of organization this house is former Polish President, Mr. Aleksander Kwaśniewski. Mr. President, thank you very much, because your presence here and your participation in this very important issue is one of the evidence of our friendship and our good neighborhood. Please let me speak in my mother tongue, in Polish. Drodzy przyjaciele.
Dear friends, thank you very much once again for having me. Very often when I talk to President Volodymyr Zelensky, he speaks in Ukrainian and I speak Polish, and we understand each other.
Have to decide where should go ruski wojenny karabil. Ale poważnie mówiąc, a sytuacja jest poważna.
But speaking seriously, and the situation is serious. Ladies and gentlemen, very frequently we say that people responsible for Russian crimes in Ukraine, for Russian war crimes, for everything that is taking place on Ukrainian soil today, in Ukrainian villages, for what happened in Bucha and in other places. They have to be accountable before courts, and this criminal accountability has to be realized. Thank you for this house, for this exhibition, for this presentation, especially because the world needs to know why this responsibility is there and why we demand this responsibility, this accountability. That is why the presentation of the evidence of Russian crimes here is so important. And I hope that all the participants of the Davos Forum will come here. I hope that every one of them will visit this place. Even if they are sensitive, and especially if they are sensitive, they should come here and they should see it with their own eyes so that they know why Russian criminals are prosecuted. They are prosecuted for a very simple reason. Just as until this day, the Nazi criminals of the Second World War are being prosecuted, just like until today, criminals responsible for crimes in the states of the former Yugoslavia are being prosecuted during the war, just as until today, war criminals are being prosecuted in many other places. They have been held accountable, and also exactly in this place, in this case, this accountability has to come to fruition, so that everyone who even thinks for a moment that war crimes could be committed knows that they will be held accountable, and they must have full awareness of that. And that is why this accountability has to be executed. And in order to make it happen, the world has to see it. Very often the world does not want to see it, and you know that very well. The world turns its eyes away. That is why one has to show it in a very decisive way. Therefore, I thank you so much as your neighbor, as the neighbor of Ukraine, as the one who visited Borodyanka, the one who saw Irpin right after Russians were forced out of the place, the one who saw what this war means. This war doesn't differ anyway from the Second World War in any way. It is not a subtle war, a delicate war of the 21st century, or a war on TV screens. No, this is a brutal war, a horrible war, during which people lose their lives, they lose their livelihoods, they lose hope, which has to be stopped. Russians have to be stopped. This war can end in only one way, through the defeat of Russians, through forcing them out of Ukraine. We have to make sure that it happens. We have to do everything in our power, and those who perpetrate war crimes have to be punished. And especially in that context, let me thank you for this place, and especially in that context, thank you for having me as President of the Republic of Poland, as representative of your neighbors, but also as representative of your friends, a point I want to stress very strongly. Thank you for having me here, because I also demand that accountability to take place. I'm here also because today I am, in a sense, a host in a country in which women and children of the defenders of Ukraine are taking shelter. This is a point I often make. Please fight at peace. Please fight with a peace of your mind. Be calm. Women, children, your mothers, your sisters, who have come to our country, who have taken refuge in Poland, are safe, and we, on our side, will do everything in our power to make sure that they feel as good as it gets and that they can safely and soundly come back home when you have pushed out the aggressors, when you have won. And to the women and children in Poland, I say, do not worry, we shall rebuild Ukraine, and it will be more beautiful than it was before. But in order for that to happen, and in order to sit down together at the same table afterwards, drying your eyes from tears, commemorating the fallen ones, and after everything, all the experiences of those who will have survived, in order to do it with peace and calm, criminals have to be punished, and all of you know that perfectly well. Also, so that all of us can sleep peacefully for the future, so that in front of the future generations we can say we have done everything in our power to make sure that such bestiality never happens again. And that is even more important in this place.
A young man from Kherson who would like to hand you over a small gift.
Я з Херсону переживаю із окупації та дуже вам дякую за надану допомогу.
Thank you very much for the assistance you've provided to Kherson, for the moral support, for the products, for the food, for the humanitarian assistance. Thank you very much. Thank you for supporting us in these difficult times.
Дуже вам дякую вам.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ukraine hasn't died yet.
Honor to introduce the head of the office of the President of Ukraine, Mr. Yermak, who is joining us online. Mr. Yermak, I think we can see you here. Can you hear and see us? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to greet our foreign guests, Presidents of Poland, Mr. Andrzej Duda, and Mr. Pekka Haavisto, Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Finland. And I'd like to thank Mr. Pinchuk for organizing this very important event and having us here. Last weekend, Russia launched another massive air raid on Ukraine, and one of the missiles hit on the ordinary residential building. Again, this time it was in Dnipro, and entire sections with dozens of apartments was completely destroyed. 41 lives were lost in the moment, and several dozens of wounded are struggling to survive. Ukrainians have been living through the horror of the 11 months in a row. And it is no wonder we are incredibly eager to win. After all, no normal person in the earth would want missiles to hit their home. But no victory is complete without restoration of justice. Which means the guilty must be punished, and the damages we have caused must be compensated. The crime repetition must be prevented. What's what the Ukrainian peace formula President Zelensky presented provides for? In our case, justice is reached through trial of those who committed war crimes. We've registered 80,000 crimes committed by the Russian invaders. Over 9,000 civilians have been killed, including 453 children. And these are the facts established so far. Alas, the tragedy scale is much greater. For nearly every liberated town or village, we find evidence of torture and extrajudicial executions. Innocent people murdered by thousands, hundreds of destroyed settlements and demolished infrastructural objects. Numerous international decisions and resolutions mention them. We will forgive not a single torture or life taken, not a single destroyed home, not a single tear of Ukrainian child. Each criminal will be held accountable. With General Prosecutor Office of Ukraine, our law enforcement agency, and the International Criminal Court are working on it. But there are several types of culprits of our case. The first is one who committed a war crime. A Russian soldiers who came to kill on Ukrainian soil, or missile operator who sent death to the peaceful city. And there is the second type, was people in power who have enabled or know this terror, with top officials who have committed the primary crime of aggression. The war-mongering leaders, we have answers. We know how to bring to justice both direct perpetrators and those who embellished the aggression, to restore international order and exchangeable respect for international law. We need your help. From the darkness with dying empire is dragging the world. Together we can get it back to the light. We are making history together. And it depends on your combined efforts how hard and how quickly we can crack down on these inhumans committing the immense atrocities in the 21st century. Russia has already been recognized an aggressor state by United Nations General Assembly. But to punish the Russian top political leaders for the crime of aggression, we need a special international tribunal. For the International Criminal Court does not have inappropriate jurisdictions. And Ukraine, together with the partner states, is doing everything possible to create the special tribunal. Another option is for United Nations Security Council to qualify Russia's actions as an act of aggression and refer the matters to International Criminal Court. But Russia still has the veto rights in the Security Council. It is high time to deprive the terrorist states of any rights in the United Nations, because it has repeatedly violated all the international community rules. The Special Tribunal would be able to progress much faster than International Criminal Court can investigate crimes related to mass atrocities. In defining specific individuals guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, especially at the political leadership level, is a difficult task. Meanwhile, the Special Tribunal might issue the indictment in about 2 to 3 months. After all, it is relatively easier to prove the fact of the crime of aggression on the part of Russia. It has already been recognized in the United Nations General Assembly resolution and other international bodies. It is an extremely important step for Ukraine and the democratic world. PSCE, the European Parliament, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, the same as Lithuania, the Parliament of Estonia, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, and Latvia support this initiative. Similar decisions are being made in the United States and Germany. The European Council has started working on the mechanism to establish the tribunal. But now, more than ever, we need deconsolidated international support for adoption of the United Nations General Assembly resolution to establish the tribunal. We ask all civilized states to join these initiatives. An equally important issue is compensation for the damage the Russian troops caused to Ukrainians. So far, Russia has destroyed 54,000 residential buildings, over 2,000 educational institutions, 480 hospitals, 316 cultural monuments, 88 churches, and nearly 4,000 livelihood infrastructure networks, not to mention thousands of industrial enterprises, warehouses, gas stations, shopping malls, and other assets. Every minute, the list is getting longer. The United Nations General Assembly has already agreed on the concept of the compensation mechanism. It provides for the creation of the International Registry of Losses, an International Compensation Commission, and the Compensation Fund to be financed primarily with Russian assets, including gold and currency reserves. We call on our partners to adopt changes to the national legislation to confiscate assets and transfer them to the compensation fund. It is also extremely important that the G7 countries join the international agreements of creating the registry of the damages and the compensation commission, which Ukraine will propose jointly with the Netherlands. We call all civilized nations to stand up for justice. Once again, two things are necessary: the Special International Tribunal and the legislation to compensate for the damages the Russian aggressions caused. Liberty is impossible without strong justice. Let's make it work. Lest one dictator or another tries to repeat inviting sovereign states. United and strong, we can stop them. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yermak. Thank you for being with us. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland, Minister Haavisto.
President Duda, dear hosts, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure and honor to be here today in the Ukraine House and in this inauguration of the important exhibition. I had an opportunity to be here last May when meeting a group of Ukrainian parliamentarians, actually showing how well the democracy works in Ukraine and what kind of debate you have in Ukraine also in the middle of the war and in the middle of the Russian aggression. I had an opportunity to visit Ukraine and Kiev in December with my Baltic and Nordic colleagues, a group of 7 ministers altogether. We met with President Zelensky. We learned actually that President Zelensky admires very much General Mannerheim and the Finnish Winter War, our resistance against Russia. And we had to say that we admire the Ukrainians at this moment. We know what this fight is about. It's about the democracy, it's about the human rights, it's about the respect of your borders, and you are on the right side of the history, all of you Ukrainians. We are also condemning all the war crimes that are happening. We have very recently seen the very cruel attacks against the civilian population, against the houses, against the civilian infrastructure, against the electricity networks, against the gas pipelines and so forth. Those are cowardly acts by Russia. All of this has to be investigated. The war crimes have to be clarified. There has to be accountability on what's happening currently on the front. And we are sure that Ukraine will win this war. But Ukraine, we know, will not win this war alone. You need support, and we try to mobilize that support. From the Finnish side, we are preparing the 12th military package for Ukraine, and we are currently, of course, in intensive discussions what more we can do as European Union, as Nordic countries, to help Ukraine at this moment. I know that the discussion is ongoing about the Leopard tanks and so forth. We hope that this decision will be made real, and Finland definitely is ready to take its part in that support. One element that has not been so often raised about this crisis is all the damage that this is doing to the environment. We know that when people are dying, it feels sometimes trivial to speak about the environment, but this Davos meeting is also about the climate change. This is also about the biodiversity loss. This is about the nuclear safety. And all these issues are happening also currently in Ukraine. Just before leaving for Davos, I discussed with Mr. Grossi from IAEA. He was on his way to Ukraine to look at the situation of the nuclear safety. And we all know what kind of risks this can bring to the situation if any damage to nuclear power plants, in additional damage will happen. I think also for that reason, we have to concentrate on Ukraine. We have to concentrate that this war comes to the end. We have to concentrate that President Zelensky's 10-point peace plan will be implemented, and we have to concentrate that all support from the European Union and from the United Nations will be mobilized towards Ukraine. Thank you for your fight.
Thank you, Minister. Now, from Ukraine, the mayor of Melitopol, Mayor Fedorov.
Mr. President, dear colleague, for me it's a great opportunity to present citizens from temporarily occupied territories here. The war in my country continues for 11 months. It is the war that Russia started on our land, and all this time, all world is watching a bloody crimes against humanity, rights and freedom, and of course European values. I experienced what human rights mean under Putin regime. After the occupation of my native city, Melitopol, by Russian troops, I was taken hostages by Russians only because I refused to betray Ukraine. And our people, our citizens, refused to remove Ukrainian flag from central square of the Melitopol. Thanks to the efforts of the President of Ukraine, Vladimir Zelensky, I was released from captivity. However, hundreds of citizens of Melitopol, however, 1,000 of citizens on temporarily occupied territories, they now on the prisons and on torture camps. The fate of many of them is unknown. The resistance in Melitopol and Mariupol and other cities of the south coast of the Azov Sea saved Zaporizhia and other cities in the south of Ukraine from the enemy. Despite the terror, the almost 11 months of living under occupation, the resistance of Melitopol haven't lost hope and liberation of the city. Today, about 50,000-60,000 resistants remain in the city, and they all become hostages of the Putin's regime. After our life in the occupied has turned into a prison. For a month, occupiers do not release people from the temporarily occupied territories to the territory controlled by Ukraine, not anyone humanitarian or evacuation way. So today, Melitopol is the largest prison in Europe. It is almost impossible to leave it. And there are other occupied cities and towns that enemy also turned into prison and torture chambers. Today, a real genocide is taking place in the temporarily occupied territories, and it is aimed at the destruction of the Ukrainian identity. Residents of temporarily occupied territories lived on constant terror. Residents of our city were deprived of freedom of communication, of access of information. I give only one example. The filtration during all time now situated in our temporarily occupied city. Russian can stop all citizens anywhere and try to find something Ukrainian, flag, skirt, or telephone. Especially on telephone, they try to find some Ukrainian content. They think, after 11 months of occupation, that all our citizens is partisans. They finally started to get it. The occupiers also terror our children. From the kindergarten, they are told about the greatest of Russian. In school, they teach the program with propaganda of the aggressor state. Before the new year, the occupiers sent 2,620 children from temporarily occupied territories to Moscow. They named it to New Year holidays. But in September 2022, children from Energodon and Kamenka-Dniprovka, also temporarily occupied it, and other territories from the Zaporizhia region had such a rest. They were taken to Crimea, first of all for 1 week, then for 2 weeks, and only some part of these children bringing back after 2.5 months. Parents are terrorized if their children continue to study online using Ukrainian program. Teenagers and students are calling for participation in a military organization. Part of the genocide is deportation of our people. A purposeful police of Russian, which has been implemented for decades in 1944. They deported the Crimean Tatars. In 2014, after the capture of Peninsula, the policy was continued. Now it is carried out in all captured territories. I will give a number of examples. Occupiers forcibly take residents of them to temporarily occupied territories out of the Zaporizhia region for their pro-Ukrainian position. And I can give only one example. So the occupied deported a woman whom they held on captivity till 1 month, beats, and after it deported only one thing. She doesn't know good Russian language. The civilized world must stop this. All Ukrainians deported and captured must be returned to Ukraine. Since the beginning of the war, the armed forces of Ukraine, greatest armed forces of Ukraine, have liberated more than 1,800 settlements. The same numbers remain occupied till now. I ask you to understand, it is not just our cities, homes, or flats. It's our peoples remain captured. Those who do not surrender, who do not obey and make resistance on the occupiers. People who despair everything, try to not to lose, fight in the face fact that Ukraine will stand and win. And we have to do everything to justify their trust. Everything is done in order to free our people. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now we have a young man who went through a Russian filtration camp, Alexander Radchuk, who will be speaking to you together with Daria Gerasimchuk, who is an advisor and commissioner of the President of Ukraine on children's rights and rehabilitation.
Насправді ранять.
In fact, what wounds you, what kills you is not only bullets or Russian missiles. And even if your body is not injured by shells, every Ukrainian child has been injured and wounded by this war, traumatized. More than 7.5 million Ukrainian children who lived in our country before the all-out war have suffered. But there are those who we can have as, or should have as a separate group. These are children who were killed by the Russian Federation, who were injured by the Russian Federation, those who were deprived of parental care because of this aggression. They were abducted, they were kidnapped and deported forcibly to either the Russian Federation or the Republic of Belarus. And we've got a unified information portal of Ukraine, children of Ukraine, and this horrible count. There are 456 children who were killed. But while we were listening to the speeches, we have learned that another body of our child was recovered from the rubble in Dnipro. So we also know about 897 children who were wounded. We've managed to identify the data of at least 13,899 children who were abducted and forcibly deported by the Russian military. And unfortunately, we have only managed to bring back 125 children. 155 children is just a drop in the ocean, but each number is about the fate of a Ukrainian child like this young man. Such a wonderful and important soul. And I usually tell you stories of Ukrainian children who were abducted and then liberated. And now you can hear the story of this young man firsthand, because he represents the future of Ukraine, the new generation of our country. It is Sasha, he's 12, and we've managed to bring him back to Ukraine, but he unfortunately has not yet been reunited with his family, with his mother. But I am hopeful that this will happen soon. Sasha, I am extremely proud to know you, to be acquainted with you. If you believe that you can speak right now, say so. If you believe that you should stop here, we can stop here. Can you tell us where you were living when the war started? At the very beginning of the war, I was living with my mom, Snezhana Kozlova, and my sister, Victoria Kozlova. And on the 24th of March, I got under the shelling and I was wounded close to my eye. What happened then? Then my mom and I went to look for the Ukrainian military for them to take us to a factory. What factory? That is the iron steel mills, right? Yes, because there were Ukrainian military there, and they had the first aid point where we could get medical assistance. And then the Ukrainian military were running low on ammunition, and they were surrounded by the Russian troops. So they helped us to get evacuated, but the Russians captured us. They loaded us on the Kamaz trucks, and they took us to the Russian Federation. And that was the last, in the ventilation camp, I saw my mom for the last time. Yes, they took me away, and they didn't even allow me to say goodbye to her. I didn't know where they were taking me. They didn't tell me anything. They later told me that I would be taken to an orphanage, and I would be adopted by a Russian family. And I told them that I've got my grandmother in Ukraine and I want to go to live with her, but they wouldn't let me. And then they took me to the Oblast traumatology department in a local hospital, and they provided some medical treatment to me. And I asked a guy from that medical ward for a telephone so I could connect to my mom, granny, and I told her where I was, and she helped to rescue me from the Russian Federation. Is it true that Russians told you that your mom doesn't want you, even though you saw her in the filtration camp? Is it true that they said that she would never come to fetch you? Yes, they did. They told me that my mom didn't want me, that she was captured. She was in captivity, so she wasn't interested in me. Sasha, I would like to assure you that we will do our best for your mom to be able to hug you as soon as possible. Let me do that in her stead now. But we will do everything we can for every Ukrainian child to be brought back home to Ukraine, and we have to do that. It is incumbent on us to guarantee that, and I hope that within the next 2 to 3 days we will find solutions in our dialogues, in our discussions, to bring those children back to Ukraine. We've got Ludmila amongst us. This is Sasha's grandmother. I would like to thank you for your responsiveness, for taking care of your grandchild, for staying strong, and for going to the Russian Federation to fetch your grandson, and now you actually support him while he's waiting for his mother to come back. Thank you very much. Sasha, you can join the group. If I may also add that we have got a lot of work to do, huge work to do, and it is not only about finding every child and bringing him or her back to Ukraine, but we should do our best to put an end to deportation and forcible replacement. And it is, as I said, incumbent on us to make sure that not a single child of Ukraine suffers from this forcible deportation. It is not to be. Thank you very much.
Everybody for joining.
Дякую за те всім, що ви приєдналися до нас. Дякую, пане президенте Дуда, за те, що приєдналися до нас. І виставка відкриється тепер. Я вас всіх вітаю і запрошую побачити виставку і тут, і на горі. І це виставка про російські злочини. І там об 11:30 відбудеться дискусія про Чорну книгу російських військових злочинів. Дякую.
Thanks, Susa. Excellent. Thank you.
But I still remember.
Geef mij even. Is it in English or do we need to subtitle still? Is it in English?
In English.
In English?
In English. Should be in English.
So, and it's possible to do.
definitely when you look at the use of the science in threatening people or killing people or in any other way breaking their will, that's also very much part of the KGB story, even before there was KGB, and that's during the Cold War. So the story is not new. And that point should be made because what you see in terms of the war of aggression or crime of aggression, in terms of genocide, that's the second development in Ukrainian history in less than 100 years, when the key decisions are being made in Moscow, in the center of the Soviet Union or center of the empire. And many characterize this war as really the imperial war or a colonial war. And certainly history supports that interpretation. And one more thing that I wanted to say, again looking from what is happening today from a historical perspective, genocide in very general terms is defined as a deliberate destruction of a national group, ethnic group, or part of it, with the goal of destroying that group and that nation. The trickiest point, it seems to me, legally and also from the historical point of view, is the issue of intentionality. Whether you can prove that this destruction is intentional, or they just missed the right target and they hit the wrong one. What you see in the case of this war is quite unique, because from the start, though, the main narrative of the war, the justification of the war, is the argument that Ukrainians either doesn't exist or shouldn't exist as a people, as a nation. So war is the general framework of the war, and the context in which these atrocities are taking place is happening within the discourse, within the argument that fits perfectly the definition of genocide on the issue of intentionality, something that probably is more difficult to argue or to prove, especially to prove when it comes to the Great Ukrainian Famine, the Holodomor and 1932.
And those crimes were not prosecuted, they weren't held accountable. Do you think history has moved on sufficiently to make it feasible that this time there will be accountability for those crimes?
Well, there is hope that this time there will be accountability. The biggest issue is, of course, Russia being the permanent member of the UN Security Council, and the entire structure, and including the definition of genocide, the way how it was formulated, was done with the participation, with enormous influence of either the Soviet Union or Russia. So for the first time, we are moving outside of the framework that was created immediately after the World War II to address the realities of today's world. That the victors and maybe the victims of World War II are performing the crimes today in this world, and we are not equipped to deal with those crimes. So I think it's a very, very important development, very important movement of creating the new tribunal outside of the old system, which attests that we are living not just in history, that we are trying to deal with the challenges of today. So it is very important.
Daria, could you give us some insight into the kind of work you're doing specifically on children? What have you been able to document, and what do you think people want to help with do?
Сьогодні я можу сказати вам про те, що я не навчила, тому що я вставаю, завжди складно прокидаюся вранці, але тому що фанатки я
quickly, do you think there's any chance of a Nuremberg-style trial?
Speaking realistically and historically, I think that the chances are there. Yugoslavia was not occupied, so it wasn't a repetition of German situation of 1945. So in that sense, again, I think that this is very possible. What Nuremberg left us with actually is a number of instruments, legal instruments, that the crimes can be, or the people who persecuted those crimes can be called accountable. So crime of genocide is one of them. The crimes against humanity, again, the genocide was coming from Raphael Lemkin and the United States, certainly delegation backed it. The crimes against humanity, that was a British position. And then there was a Soviet position developed by our own Trainin, specifically aimed and targeting the situation that came with the Nazi aggression. So it was the Soviet position. So when we today talk about the crime of aggression, this comes from Trainin and that comes from the Soviet position at Nuremberg, which specifically was designed keeping in mind Hitler and Nazis and what Nazi was doing. So in this, there is actually a sad irony of the situation. But there is also a point, at least in historical terms, in legal terms, where exactly these crimes perpetrated by Russian Federation belong today. So again, I'm quite or reasonably optimistic that these things can see the ending, the sort of the ending when the perpetrators would be called to justice.
Just one more question before I try Mr. Kostin. Again, Nuremberg was a trial of the top leadership, the Goerings and so on. But also, in the years afterwards, we've had the minor functionaries, the camp guards, some of them still on trial. Do you think, well, let me ask you, Patrick, is that your view that it's got to be both?
Me, I'm very believing in actual justice. I think what Ukraine is doing well and could emphasize is, by example, when somebody is killed by somebody, to begin trials. Don't forget, it's trials during wartime. And the Soviets know very well, because they made a big trial in Krasnodar in 1943, in the middle of the war, to frighten the German. So my question is the little Russian sees that is in the TV everywhere, not only in Ukrainian TV, with a big PR, but he's a criminal. Do you think he will be very happy to go on fighting? I think also we must think that we are to use justice in wartime. I'm not completely optimistic about genocide, because Baghdadi did a genocide. Everybody recognized genocide, and nobody is guilty today of genocide with Baghdadi. Darfur was a well-known genocide with Mr. Clooney and that. Where are they judged?
Yeah. So perhaps we can return to Kiev if the line's working. Mr. Kostin, we've talked about this as a future project. How much can you do right now? And is the focus for you on trying people inside Ukraine as you also try to get an international process going? Well, just 1 second. I think we're...
Lessons from the past in order to make sure that all who committed war crimes would be held liable. I understand that this is a very challenging issue, but what we are doing at the moment, we are going on with internal criminal proceedings. Once we identify the perpetrator and we collect the exact number of evidence, we go to trial. It's one direction, and at the end of the day, we understand that 99 plus cases will be prosecuted and tried in Ukraine. And with the help also, it's a pity that Alexandra has gone, but we are communicating and cooperating not only with her NGO, but with dozens of the others, help us not only to document war crimes, but also to reach the victims and survivors. And we also cooperate with a great OC number of specialists who help us also to identify and to collect evidences. This is also a unique situation because many of the potential perpetrators, let's say like this, they leave a lot of evidences in social media, in the internet. Many of them are even, I'm sorry to say, proud of committing of these war crimes, and this really helps us to make them accountable just now and today. And the work is ongoing. Every day I receive information about the cases we are moving, we're transferring to court. But this is only one dimension. The other dimension is about the international crime, for which we are in close cooperation with the International Criminal Court. And there, a wide range of international experts help us to collect, not only to collect evidence, but also to such cases then transferred to the International Criminal Court as a complementary international mechanism. And this is also important not only to make Russia perpetrators accountable, but also to prevent future potential perpetrators in any future potential aggression. And also one of the elements which is very important is the punishment for the crime of aggression, of which my colleagues spoke today, because the crime of aggression is a primary crime. If it was not committed, the other war crimes committed in Ukraine were not committed. So we need in any case to make Russia accountable for the crime of aggression. We have tribunals like Nuremberg, we are international agreement, we are cooperation with international engagement. But this is extremely important not only to make Russia accountable, but also to prevent any future potential aggressor from the aggression. And what I also understand that we need to do it as soon as possible, even in times of war. Because what we feel is that the surroundings of Putin, some of them are really afraid of being accountable. And when they see that the international community is weak to be united to make Russian political and military leadership accountable for the crime of aggression, when they feel that the community is weak, they will go ahead and possibly escalate the aggression. What we saw last few days in Dnipro, and what we see every day when they hit critical infrastructure, when they hit residential buildings, and when they kill our people.
Okay.
So all dimensions should be in place to make Russia accountable. And we are really grateful for any assistance and every support we receive from international community, because we all understand that we are fighting for the same values: freedom, rule of law. This is important for every person in civilized world. So if we will be all united to make Russia accountable, this will happen sooner and later. I don't use the word soon. Now and then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kostin, for making the effort despite the communications difficulties. It was a very clear message we got there from Kiev. And thank you to the whole panel. I must admit, it's been very enlightening for me to hear the testimony about what is actually important to state that and to state that again. But also, I do finish this session a bit more optimistic that not only will we know about it, but there will be accountability. And I think that's something that all of us in this room can agree on, the importance of that. So thanks everybody for joining.
I think third time's going to be a charm here. Okay. Super. I'm Matt Kaminsky. I'm the editor-in-chief of Politico in Washington. It's great to be with you and this panel. I think the conversation we're going to have today is really taking you who are here in the room and who are online to the Ukrainian front lines. We have panelists and as well as two Ukrainian government officials on by Zoom. With Deputy Prime Minister Kubrakov and the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast, Vitaly Kim. And then we're going to have some interventions from the floor from a couple of people who've also been in the field recently with Sergei Leshchenko and Roman Himei and Yarema Malashuk. But I'll start with the panel. I don't know if Minister Kubrakov is already with us. They're waiting for a sign to see whether he has joined. It's the beauty of modern technologies. We can bring people from Mykolaiv and from Kyiv to Davos like this, but I think we're...
Я вас погано чую. Просто я ваше питання не чую.
I don't hear you well.
Cannot see him. Okay.
Да, я бачу, да.
Oh, it's Kubrakov.
Ah, there you are.
Okay.
Mr. Great to have you with us. And maybe I can start with you. And since we are Ukraine's, at the center of discussions here in Davos, I think we're all waiting for Chancellor Scholz's speech tomorrow to see how much German support will be given. But I wonder sort of if you can give us a good sense of the situation this week on the front lines, which is what is really our focus today. And where is the conflict right now from where you are sitting in Kyiv? Can you hear us? I'm not sure that he can hear us, so maybe as we work through the technical problems with that, we will. Natalia Gumenyuk, I want to turn to you. Not because you're checking your phone, but because I think we're going to work out that. But you are now running something called the Reckoning Project. You're leading the founder of the Public Interest Journalism Lab, and you spend a lot of time on the front lines in the field. And I wonder, share some impressions that you have from there.
I think I don't want to make the Minister wait for a long time, but to give the impression, as the panel is about also liberated territories, previously we asked a lot about the occupation, I probably would like to stress how much and how awaited the liberation was and is. So shortly to explain, within the Reckoning Project we have dozens of journalists traveling around the country and documenting war crimes, but also when we've been working a lot in Kherson region, Mykolaiv region, prior to the liberation, Kharkiv region, and it's already at this stage quite clear to explain what Russians are doing before we go in for the court. So before going to the liberation, I should say that for a while a lot of analysts trying to explain, that the Russians' actions are chaotic, but the impunity is the way how the Russians operate. It's just like if there is no one order and one way of making the atrocities in Kharkiv and Kherson, it doesn't matter there is no toolbook or there is no high command. And but the story I would like to share, which is rarely because there are so many, the exhibition shows how many people has been killed, how much people had been tortured. What we also look at that one of the Russian strategies is really to, let's say, to behead the communities and subdue the population. And it's not always the mayor. For instance, in Kherson region, we've been operating for, all the time, because some of our reporters course, are from occupied Kherson. Out of 49 territorial communities, almost all leaders had been at some point either detained or abducted or tortured, which means that what is the difference of what I think in the West was not still understood, that if in Crimea and in the Donbass the attacks were on kind of activist, journalist, independent thinkers, not being loyal to Russian occupation is enough to be detained. It's enough to be tortured. And that means that, that everybody is under the risk. And any independent thinker, any person who can spread the bread for the communities. So what we also saw that, there are this discussion about genocide and the attempt of the genocide, but the idea that to behead the communities, to attack the particular type of the local leaders, it's something which had been done. And moreover, contrary to what I've seen for years reporting in the Donbass and Crimea, the Russians were really not very much capable to provide anything else. For instance, to run the school, no, they need people to show the picture for the Russian television that as if the schools are opening. To show the picture as if they are providing medical help, but not really running the hospital. So for quite a long period of time, these territories were not really maintained properly, and the longer occupation is there, despite of the horrific war crimes and possibly already crimes against humanity which were committed on these territories, and we have evidence of that. Now one of the challenge after the liberation is really how to run them back, because many heads of the villages, either they've been detained at some point, so they've been taken out, or they needed to leave. And now in order to recover, and that's probably where I think that the minister would speak about. You really need to have an immense operation in order to bring back the life to the cities, because even if there is a policeman and law enforcement, he won't say, how many houses has been destroyed, how many people are left to receive the help. So that would be a huge challenge. But I think it's also proved that despite, the community survived, the damage has been bigger. But final note, again, like reporting the liberation, I was still amazed to be known that the resilience of the communities was very strong, that the support for the Ukrainian military coming is strong and remaining extremely strong in the left bank of the Dnipro River, currently occupied Kherson regions, and and that is also important. But to leave with a small anecdote, just if you ask about the frontline impressions, there are people who would tell more and who live in Kherson and come here from the areas which suffered. What was me striking that despite what we hear in the news, I've been doing one of the documentaries in the hospital which was under occupation in Mykolaiv region and town of Snihurivka. And after we came already, of course, everything we heard before was confirmed. So I have a huge trust to the people under occupation. Everything they told when it was still occupation, we figure out it's even worse. They are not overdoing. But then we had the video clips of the local workers in the lab, in the hospital, who on the Independence Day, despite of the presence of the Russian troops, were secretly filming this video that, with the Ukrainian flags, reporting to their authorities, their doctors who are in the government-controlled territory, to say that we were able to do 3,000 lab tests for our people. We were able to treat 5,000 people. They did it not for showing off. They did it to send it, just for the people to know that in the occupation, they go on to, stay with their communities, stay with their people. They remain Ukrainians. They have huge risks, but they are really staying there. So for me, the main message would be still to understand that it's not an issue of the discussion whether the rest of the country should be liberated. It's something people genuinely believe, genuinely want, and the more time the occupation happens, the bigger is damage. So the fast liberation is really in the interest, for the people staying there, in the interest of recovery as well.
Thank you. I think we have Minister Kubrakov on now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Super. We don't hear him as well here, so maybe you could turn the volume up. Super. Minister, you're in the middle of fighting a hot conflict, and I assume that has to consume so much attention of the government. But how are you approaching the issue of reconstruction, especially as you're taking back territory, and what resources do you have or need to do that?
Hello, everybody. Again, thank you very much for your question. I try to explain where on what we are focusing at this moment, at this stage of this war, and but I would start from just several important figures. Probably you know that there is estimation of World Bank, which they did in the middle of previous year. They calculated direct losses from this war about $100 billion US dollars, and whole losses about 350 billion US dollars. It was general losses, but it was in the middle of previous year. And World Bank with United Nations team, they will start a new estimation, new wave of estimation, I think at the beginning of this year, probably even in January. And so we will come up with the team of World Bank with new figures, with new reports. At this stage, for us, first priority, this is energy sector. So we understand that without energy, without electricity, we won't have heating, we won't have water supply. And this is the most critical, and we are focusing all our efforts to protect these objects, electricity substations, to recover, to rebuild, to install new equipment as soon as possible. This is priority number one. But how we see recovery in several months. So I think with all efforts, with our key allies, with I hope that air defense system which already announced, we will receive as it promised. I think all auto transformers which we already ordered in cooperation with our allies, with our partners. I think we will receive also very soon. And I think in the middle of this year, so we will be ready. So we can say that our projects, our substations will be. First of all, we can relaunch our course. To be honest, I understand that it won't be a large scale, but we understand that at least such sectors which worked before October 2022, when Russians start destroying our energy sector, I think these sectors, they can start again. And it will be very important sign for people, I wouldn't say to come back, but to Ukraine, but I think it will provide some more confidence in our future. So it's first. But regarding recovery, how it's work, on what we are focusing. In 2022, in the occupied regions, our three services under our supervision, they appeared in these regions immediately right after army. First, the port workers, they restored the main bridges. They tried to construct temporary bypasses, temporary bridges, temporary roads. The same, our Ukrainian Railways company, they did a great job. We were able to launch Kyiv-Kherson train in 1 week after the occupation of Kherson. And it was similar approach we had in Kharkiv region as well. And Ukrainian Postal Service. Immediately we started providing social payments, pensions to our people on the occupied territories. It was first. If you're talking about just more serious things, again, during this year, we will focus only on the most critical objects in each sphere, in transportation sphere. If you're talking about social objects, understand that we won't have possibility to recover, to rebuild everything. But at least we need in some small cities, small towns, at least one hospital which can work and provide services. similar with schools, similar with kindergartens, only the most critical things. And I believe that in this way people will start coming back to the cities. But in parallel, what is critical, it's again relaunch local economy. Because, for example, I visited Mykolaiv last week, and I see, so we can. I'm almost sure that we were able, with our allies, with partners, with IFIs, to rebuild the most critical in Mykolaiv during this week, or during this year. Sorry, last week I visited. But again, the most critical things, it's like working places. I understand there are a lot of state-owned companies. I understand that there is private sector, and it's like complex approach we use here, because otherwise, it's everything related. People won't come back in case if they won't have where to work, and private sector and business, they won't launch their companies production without people. So I here just the most critical, I think, from our side, just to balance these two components. In parallel, we will start development of complex, detailed and complex plans of territories. Why it's important? Because again, we need to rethink all these deoccupied territories and to do it in a very fast way, just because to understand how many hospitals we need, how many schools. In case of something destroyed totally, probably we don't need to rebuild the same. For sure, we need to build better and to be more efficient, to be more energy efficient, and this is critical. But again, in each region, without these detailed plans, we will have object which we need anyway, and we need it as soon as possible. Mostly, I think all these projects will be realized with IFIs, like we did actually in transport sector. I think we had a very good example of cooperation with World Bank, with EBRD, with European Investment Bank. We synchronized all our projects and activities, I think, in third quarter of previous year. We already started several projects last year, and I think we will have more projects this year. In each direction, we have partner. We are not competing with each other, and for these projects, we are working closely, and we have steering committee almost each month, and we coordinate all our affairs in the same actually energy sector. Everybody understand who is doing what and which organization in charge of what. And similar approach I think we will have with social objects, with local administrations, with regional administrations. We will continue working in this way. Thank you very much.
Bob, very quickly. What do you see? How long would it take to get the energy infrastructure back to what it was before the October 22 and missile attacks? And what is the time frame for the other things you mentioned in terms of transport and schools? You've obviously, you do have a number in mind, but I wonder if you can give people a sense of the scale of the destruction and how long it would actually take to rebuild.
If you're talking about energy sector, I think almost 50% of energy objects somehow, partially or totally, were destroyed during this war. I think it will take more than 1 year. It will take 2-3 years in order just to come back to the previous situation. But what is critical to restore, to rebuild the most critical electricity substations, the most critical power generation stations. So just in order to provide reliable services to private sector and first of all, for sure, to our people. I think we were able to do this in case of air defense protection. In case of all our efforts, will be successful this year. If you're talking about social infrastructure, transport infrastructure, I think regarding transport infrastructure, we were able to rebuild the most critical bridges, the most critical railway bridges during last year on the occupied territories. for sure, still there are some projects which we have to do. Because to be honest, we realized most part of all these projects with temporary solutions, and we cannot use them for years. We can use it 1 year, 1 season, but anyway, we need normal bridges, not just temporary bridges, which are, to be honest, not so reliable for many years. With social objects and with all other things, I think the most critical sites we are planning to do this year.
Is Vitaly Kim online as well? From Mykolaiv, do we? I don't know if you have him on. So maybe as they're trying to connect with Mykolaiv, I want to turn to you, Archbishop Guziak, from Philadelphia, but also the president of the Ukrainian Catholic University. And I wonder, I mean, you're in touch with Ukraine's very active diaspora, and obviously, you know, the whole world has mobilized to try and aid Ukraine. But there is talk more recently about, you know, fatigue. It's going to be a year next month since this war started. Tell me, are you sensing any fatigue in your conversations in the West about, you know, what it will take to continue to support Ukraine, and also how would you gauge the support for doing the kind of work that the minister mentioned in terms of rebuilding?
The events of February last year, the escalation of the war sparked an incredible, rather global solidarity that I think probably the world has never witnessed. It's hard to keep up that tension of enthusiasm, and yet I would say the underlying convictions remain. The clarity of the Ukrainian cause and the desire of good people to help, I think, is still there. And certain decisions by the U.S. government in the last weeks, certain budget decisions have reflect that. I think it's very important to explain that this is a long-term challenge. If we step back and look at occupation and deoccupation, international humanitarian law mandates, guarantees, governs how occupiers are supposed to behave on that territory. Food, medicine, clothing, shelter is supposed to be guaranteed. Even everything needed for religious purposes. People are not supposed to be deported. They're not supposed to be taken to work for the military, and under no circumstances are they supposed to be drafted into the occupiers' forces. All of these provisions have been violated profoundly, and there is torture, there are desaparecidos, people who have disappeared, activists who have been arrested, and many people have been killed. The long-term consequences of this are still to be measured. We speak a lot about the infrastructure. You asked the minister, how long will it take to get the energy going? There was talk about hospitals, schools, but territories are liberated to liberate people. That is the most important question. How can the people recover? And the trauma that is instituted by such devastating behavior is very deep. I'm the son of people who lived under Soviet occupation between 1939 and 1941 and under Nazi occupation. My parents were refugees for 5 years. And it is possible to rebuild. They came from a Ukraine in which the inhabitants of Ukraine, 7 million inhabitants of Ukraine were killed during World War II. You can recover. But you need something like the Marshall Plan. Germany, it took 2 generations for Germany to really get back on its feet. It's taken a generation for East and West Germany to come together. And we can see in the United States, it's taken 150 years, and the job still isn't finished, to recover from the injustices of the time of the Civil War. So we can't allow for fatigue. It will come, but we need to respond to it in creative ways, explaining what is really happening. What is the human heart? I don't know if you remember when Putin demonstrated in maybe not explicitly violent way his contempt for others when he brought in a dog into a meeting with Angela Merkel. And the reaction of a Grand Chancellor, one of the most powerful people in the world, was one of fright. Why? Because probably she was bitten by a dog once in her life. It doesn't take much, one dog bite, to have a lifelong reflex. What kind of reflex do you have after months of torture? Political prisoners explain what it is like to go hungry if they went on hunger strikes. My friend Miroslav Marinovich tells me, everybody in Ukraine knows and respects him, a strong person, a person of great discipline. But he has a reflex when he misses a few meals because of what happened in the past. So besides the financial, all the dollars, all the engineering, all of the logistics that need to be considered and planned, there needs to be great attention to the human soul. There needs to be great love. There needs to be great patience. Ola and I work with handicapped people. And we found that in the Ukrainian Catholic University, the presence of our handicapped friends helps people deal with their problems. Because one of the issues after trauma, after totalitarianism, after occupation is a lack of trust. Trust needs to be rebuilt. And people who are poor and who are non-threatening help us renew our trust. I think it's very important, and I want to thank all the organizers, all you here present and all the audience, that the world is looking carefully at what is going on, at this occupation, at this devastation. The world needs to do a little more than look. The engagement, the help needs to be more immediate. It needs to be more massive, because Ukraine is the epicenter of global change. And it needs to be the epicenter not only of technical, diplomatic, political, agricultural, energy change, but it needs to be a place of anthropological change. And I think it is that deep, deep human response of Ukrainians to this challenge, this David standing up to Goliath, that is attracting the attention of the world. Now that attention needs to be focused, it needs to be refined, it needs to be educated, it needs to be given kind of a strategy, a real vision, a mission.
Thank you. Very powerful words, thanks. We have Governor Vitaly Kim online. I don't know if there you are, okay, super. Governor, it's very good to have you. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Hello, everybody.
Maybe we can just start. Can you give us a sort of update on the situation in Mykolaiv?
Okay. Якою мовою? In what language?
You choose. You choose.
I will choose Ukrainian language and try to say everything that is actual on this day. Всім доброго дня.
Good afternoon. It is my honor to be invited to speak in front of you. You know that 9 months Mykolaiv Oblast was a pre-border, the pre-front zone, and we were standing against Russian army, and our soldiers have proven that we're going to liberate all of our territories. We have liberated majority of the Mykolaiv Oblast, and we're not going to stop. Yesterday night, Russian Federation shelled the city of Charkiv. They hit the art school, and one person died, the person who was in charge of a boiler house. So we're losing children, we're using people on the daily basis, and I want you to demonstrate to you what Russian world is about. Please, could you show the video?
Military commander of the region. How would you assess the sort of tactical more state of the conflict? Is there any even territory down in the south which is vulnerable, as we're seeing a little bit in the east right now? I assume the answer is probably not. And if so, do you expect that you can go on the offensive, and what you would need to be able to go on the offensive in the south?
Okay, I can't hear the translation, so I'll try to answer you in English. For now, we have 48 villages that was deoccupied on 11th of November. For now, under occupation in Mykolaiv region is still 3 villages on Kimburska Kosa. And for now, battle line is on the Dnieper River. So they occupied all the right bank of the Dnieper River. And Russian Federation for now shoots and shell every day the city of Kherson and the Kherson region because they just can do this. Every day people are dying in there. Talking about our needs, first of all, talking about military situation. First of all, we need weapons and ammunition to deoccupy our territories. It is a very complicated question, and I think you need to talk about this with our military forces. Talking about civilian life and recovery of our region, our country, we have for now more than in our region, just only in Mykolaiv region, we have more than 8,000 damaged objects. And from the 24th of February, 483 people, civilian people they was killed by Russian Federation. And 12 children are among them, for a big pity. And I'm talking with you from the occupied city Snugurivka. We just opened the temporary bridge that was made by military forces, and it was made less than for a month, from the 20th of December. So, and we have such 6 bridges just only in our region, and we need help to recover our country and economy, first of all, because big business was relocated or destroyed, and it will take a time to recover our economy in our region. And people are coming back to Mykolaiv region, about 100,000 people came back to Mykolaiv region, but they do not have job places. They just don't have job places that they can have money for their life. So main problem is recovering our infrastructure, our economy, and creating new job places, because we need to live further. Everybody need to eat something. So main problems for now.
Super. One last quick question before we go to a video from that you've also shared with us is: are you advising residents of Kherson who left to come back, or are you still thinking that you need to wait to have the city repopulated? Not just considering that it's under attack, but also because obviously a lot of the infrastructure is so badly damaged.
You know, to tell the truth, I can talk only. I have the right to talk. The question was, you should come back if you can help our military forces and do something good for our victory. Everybody needs to work for our victory. Talking about Kherson region, it is very dangerous now because Russian Federation left thousands of mines. Every day somebody's get killed stepping on the mine, and they are everywhere, in fields, in infrastructure objects, in civilian houses. So it's truly dangerous for now because the mining process is going now.
I think we're going to watch a brief video that you have sent in, please.
I do not know whether you can hear me, but I will comment. Until November 11th, we were under constant shelling. Out of 80 days, we were not shelled only 30 days. 48 of our settlements went under occupation. And 483 civilians died in the region, including 12 children. More than 8,000 objects were destroyed or damaged. And houses is about, private resident buildings is about 6,000, and medical institution about 123, 123, educational infrastructure 100, institutional 130, religious building 48 damaged, administrative building 54, agricultural facilities 12, the biggest 12 enterprises was fully destroyed. Several infrastructure 73 objects were damaged or destroyed. Life support facilities, gas more than 1,100, electricity about 1,000, water supply 31. Only 5,400 consumers are without gas supply as a result of hostilities, electricity, water supply, and sewage are cut off in 50 settlements. This is 8,000 families. So this is in general problems, and what we have now, for now, in Nikolaev region.
Thank you so much, Governor. That was very revealing. I want to maybe turn now to Olga Tsilenko and her son Nazar, who before the war and were living in Kherson, and you worked at the head of the NGO Sofia, and you worked with the Ukrainian army with disabilities and people with disabilities in your city. And Nazar, you were a teenager. You were in Kherson during the after February 24th, and you decided to stay. And during these months of occupation, you've delivered humanitarian help worth over 1 million hryvnia. you faced persecution and death threats and lived in constant fear before the Ukrainian army liberated Kherson. It is really, I think, good to have you with both of you with us. Maybe you can just start by, maybe you can sort of describe for us what is Kherson now? What is it like to be there now?
Thank you for the invitation, and thank you for allowing us to be the voice of Kherson. I even thought that Kherson is like capital city of Ukraine right now, and thank you for speaking about souls, not only economy. Kherson is destroyed now. There's much less people. There's 1/3 or 1/4 of population left in the city of Kherson. The fourth time the pediatric hospital was hit by shelling. But Kherson is still standing. The 25 families still stayed, although 26 left, and the families that I took care of. But the feeling that you live with is the feeling of fear, and not from shelling to shelling, but permanent fear. As I said, there's nothing more horrific in the war than Russian boots on the soil when you live with them in the same city, because you have no rights at all. There's no rights then. You have no guarantees that you're going to come out and then you're going to come back. You can't tell anything to anyone. You don't have the right for your own self. You don't have the right to look, to say, to raise the eyebrows, and not to look into the eyes. That it means you will have a search right there on the street. And so no rights and constant fear. And the left bank is my pain right now. The left bank, which is occupied, and people are being tortured even more because they don't accept Russian power and Russians. We have shown the resistance even on the level of the small children. During the occupation, only twice we brought our children together, and the first time was on the 1st of June, on the Children Protection Day. We found a place where we could have a small celebration, and we handed out the colored chalk, and we told them to draw whatever they want on the pavement, and I preserved those pictures. All pictures were about Ukraine. All the drawings were in blue and yellow, and we were afraid later on for the troop to come and patrol to come, and the teenagers were trying to stand and warn for the approaching patrol. We also in October we brought the children in a cafe, and we recorded the address to those children who have led Kherson, and our children who intellectually could still speak, and they all were saying, we're looking forward to you coming back to the liberated Kherson. So at the same time, parents were very careful with their children, because children, it slips from children's mouth what they think very easily. So, and usually the children are the one who can who tell what they think, and that was dangerous. And but children were talking nevertheless only about these things. So we were trying to protect our Ukrainian identity, but the most horrific things of everything that happens are the completely demolished villages. And why villages in particular? The specific feature of the south of Ukraine is that village is this base structure which protects the Ukrainian culture. Ukrainian culture is being destroyed in the south of Ukraine. And this is going to be a titanic effort to restore what has been destroyed, because you couldn't speak Ukrainian, you couldn't even wear blue and yellow clothes. The culture, the libraries were destroyed. For example, my dress, the Russian soldier was kind of cleaning his boots with my Ukrainian embroidery dress. So it was destroyed in a very straightforward manner and audacity. And we understand that this conflict is here for good, but we want to shorten this time as much as possible, because this will be unrestorable loss. So we had Polish people come and visit us, and we also had some people coming from Bratislava with humanitarian aid, and their first words were that we understand what it's like, because if Ukraine will not stand, we're going to be the next ones. And we want to share this message to the rest of the world, that this is not just a joke. This is not just populism, and this will not simply stop if you don't defeat it. This is the force where there is no empathy, there is no civilization. They were taking the phones, ordinary phones, and then it said, "Could you show me where your Android or smartphone is, because I need to see your pictures." This is the horde which demolishes everything on their way, and we would like to appeal and ask you to make sure that this is stopped as soon as possible, because this is really very scary, and that breaks people very much. I see this from myself, from the example of my children. This destroys the psychology very much, and the psychic damage can be huge. And Olga was asking to get the assistance in creating rehabilitation centers for the people who have suffered, because it's not being treated. It doesn't treat itself naturally. You need to put a lot of efforts. I don't know whether we need to talk about the conditions when we live there. You couldn't get the humanitarian aid from the Ukraine-controlled territories. We had to collect these donations pennies by pennies, and we were grateful to the priests who took up this role of volunteers. We were purchasing the food to feed the families, because there was. If I tell you there was nothing to eat, it is true, because my mothers were saying, "Olha Antonio, thank you very much," because otherwise we wouldn't have survived. And that's just physical feelings, and more in terms of moral damage. It's difficult even to describe, and we are the foremost of this. We're forefront. We're not victims. Just like in the Second World War, Poland was not a victim. It became the front line for the rest of the world. And we want you to understand this. We are not just a simple victim, and we're not bringing this ourselves as an offering. When we were going out to different rallies, when the occupation of Kherson started, you saw how we behaved in this rally, and the world didn't expect this to happen. It's just happened geographically that we are here, and historically that we are where we are, and that it just happened so they cannot accept us as we are, and that they cannot forgive us for who we are, forgive us for our civilization, for the path that we have chosen, for the path towards you, towards Europe, towards the West, and that's what we want the protection for. And then thank you very much, and I welcome you to come whenever you can visit. We have very hospitable people, and we will be hosting you very warmly, and we'll try to show you that all the efforts aimed at liberating Ukraine, and I'm speaking about the south of Ukraine, were not in vain. Thank you very much.
And Nazar, you talked about fear and just kind of there's this sort of time under occupation. And I wonder, how did you keep hope? And maybe Nazar, how did young people stay hopeful? Do you feel like you and your friends were even kind of closer during the occupation? How did you try and undermine the occupation?
For the most part, from the very beginning of the occupation, for the first 2 months, I would say, I stayed at home without knowing what to do. And my mum got 3 girls from the university, and my sister went for a walk together with them, and I followed them, I accompanied them, and it was the first time I left my flat. That was a turning point. Just during the occupation, the life changed dramatically. I lost some of the friends. I found some as well. And friends, young people became closer, as you say. They became more united. And they actually came to realize their nature of a human being. So I am going to finish the 9th grade, and I plan to go to a vocational school to train as a mechanic. And under the occupation, I gave more thought to my future plans. Even though what we thought on a daily basis was what to do tomorrow. And when we were trying to get evacuated to Kiev, we were waiting for a driver to take us in his car. 4 or 3 mines or just mortar shells exploded right under our feet, and that was truly scary. Just my friend's house was damaged by a mortar shell, and we had no light for several days because, again, the mortar fire damaged the electricity line. Many had no telephone connection. Some had no water because water pipes were destroyed, etc. And it was very frightening when I was walking around my neighborhood. I would never actually dream of going downtown, but every time I would go out, I would be scared. And downtown, in the center of the city, in the office of the Red Cross Committee, Ukrainian Red Cross Committee, where my friend was, he told me about his suffering from the explosion of a shell. You might know the story of a woman who served in International Red Cross Committee, but when she went out, she got under shelling, and she was killed. And it was my friend's aunt, actually. And when they were subject to another shelling, they decided to get evacuated because it was very unsafe, very dangerous to stay in Kherson. And when these quote-unquote liberators were just coming into the city, we never thought of leaving the city because my mom is in charge of the children, and there would be nobody to take care of them. And my mother gave me some foodstuffs, and we, together with my friends, would go to the apartments where lonely elderly people lived, and we distributed those rations to them. So there is one old lady who is almost blind, and we had to provide her with staple foods. So there was a unity, but the entire situation under the occupation was dreadful. And we live in Kherson in a district where Ukrainian patrols walk, and you should not be there after 4 p.m. because the enemy, once it gets dark, they start actually firing their artillery at the district. So we had to get evacuated from that very place. And there was an explosion close to our house. Several neighboring houses were totally destroyed, razed to the ground. And I called my friend yesterday, and he told me that a telephone, presumably belonging to one of the occupiers, was found. And we found a deserted or abandoned vehicle of the Russians, and we found a telephone, so we then gave it to the police.
Let me ask our hosts here, because we are sort of on at time, but I know we have 3 other people who do want to speak out. How much time do we have, do you think?
Should I suggest 10 minutes?
Okay, super. Maybe, Sergei, I can start with you. I've known you for many years, activist, writer, and former member of parliament. You've been working very closely with the railways and also spent a lot of time on the front lines. What are you seeing there? I know you just came back actually a couple of days ago from the east, so.
Thank you. Okay. You sure it works? I'm not sure. Так, працює. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak here. And of course, these stories, it's horrible. I came to this panel from another panel downstairs, and our prominent Ukrainian volunteer, Tyra, said a few words which touched me a lot. She said, the first what Russian troops making when they occupied the territory, they establish concentration camp on this territory. What Ukraine first does when we liberate territory, we start train to unite this deoccupied territory with Ukraine, to let people go from this territory to safe place and to let people come back to this territory. And the same happened with Kherson, as our minister, deputy prime minister said in the beginning of this panel, that train to Kherson was re-established during 1 week after liberation. It's incredible, incredibly fast. I don't know the precedent in the world history. The same with Irpin. When it was liberated, we restored train transportation with Irpin in 26 days, including the restoring of bridge, which was blown during the occupation of this part of Kiev regions. And now a lot of infrastructure has to be restored. For instance, 70 train bridges destroyed, and only 20 of them in very fast terms were restored by Ukrainian railway workers, which I believe is one of the most prominent people in our country now. We have 6,000 railway workers fighting. Unfortunately, 300 of them died on the front line, but thousands of train workers, railway workers restored infrastructure despite the shelling and despite all horrible situation on the front line. You mentioned I traveled last week to Vuhledar, a Ukrainian city, which is totally destroyed now just because this city on the way of Russian troops trying to occupy Donbas region. And situation is also horrible. There is no water, no electricity, no mobile or any telephone connection, no heating. And in this city still 600 Ukrainians living under 24/7 shelling. And there are a lot of examples in our country where we can face so horrible circumstances. So the call to the world is only the same we have in the beginning of the war. Now, after 11 months of the war, we have the same. Stand with Ukraine, provide us with weapons, with proper weapons, which will let us to clean our territory from Russian aggressors. It means long-distance artillery, of course. It means tanks, it means fighter jets. And always we have some kind of delay. When we start to call for anti-aircraft system in April, only in November, December we get answer from our partners. So it always takes 6 months to fulfill our demand. So we call to make it much faster. We call to cut the corners of bureaucracy because unfortunately in Europe bureaucracy is very strong and we have to deal with this on a daily basis. We call for sanctions, real sanctions, and now so many examples how Russia avoid these sanctions loopholes through in other countries, neighboring countries like Kazakhstan or Georgia, but also countries in Asia. And this has to be fixed as soon as possible. And also we very much appreciate financial support provided to Ukraine, but we need this support to be provided for quite a long period of time until we win this war. Again, thank you very much for keeping attention, and thank you, Matthew, for raising the Ukrainian issue in your political publisher house. We appreciate it a lot, and you are one of the contributors of our future victory as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Roman Himei and Yarema Melashuk, you are visual artists and filmmakers, so I want to give you the floor.
Thank you. Well, me and my friend Roman, we were filming Kherson, and you can see this footage downstairs on the first floor. And I would like to quote my fellow Ukrainian artist, Nikita Kadan. He mentioned that art needs distance, and it usually needs distance to somehow reflect on certain things. And this moment, we weren't able to have this distance. We came really close. Literally, we came to the borderline between occupied and non-occupied territory. And you can see this landscape on the first floor when you enter the space. Also, we visited the local history museum and art museum in Kherson. And it was completely looted. More than 4,000 exponents, objects were stolen by Russian army, Russian soldiers. It was a special operation in white gloves, basically. And there was also one temporary exhibition, which was called Ancient Greeks and Barbarians. And it was about Scythian era, the objects from Scythian era, and objects of Greek period that were found in the Kherson region. But one can say that Russians act like barbarians, but I may agree in a certain way, but when we went to the torture rooms, we found the writings on the wall, and besides some slogans, like pro-Russian slogans, there were also poetry by Mikhail Lermontov and Russian anthem, written in the prison cells. Prisoners were forced to write it down and then learn by heart the great Russian poet like Lermontov. And how come that this greatness can be used as a torture? Basically, they were torturing people with the great Russian culture. And so that, I think, is not that barbaric, but more like profound and postmodern fascism in a certain way. That Russians basically want to assimilate Ukrainians by bringing their own culture, this 19th century great culture, to a modern and to modern Ukraine. And this is something that we should be aware, I think, that it's not only about some barbaric gestures, but also about something ridiculously profound.
Thank you so much. Now, the last word I want to give to Christina Berdinsky, who's a freelance journalist from Ukraine.
Yeah, I will be very short.
On the front lines.
Yeah. Я скажу по-українськи. I will speak in Ukrainian very briefly. I've been to various Ukrainian regions and close to the occupied territories, and give you an example from the town of Bucha. When we got there several days after the deoccupation, the first person I met and spoke to was Yuri of 50 years of age, and he said that he was twice brought to the shooting squad to be killed by the shooting squad just for fun. And it was mock shooting, of course. And I was stunned. When he saw my reaction, my response, he said, everything's okay, I'm alive. But I can tell you, a young boy whose body is lying in the cellar, and he was killed, and he doesn't have a nose because they actually cut his nose away from his face. They perhaps disfigured his face even after they killed him. So I was not sure that I was prepared to see this body of a young man with no nose, and understood that I was not prepared, neither morally nor psychologically. Nobody can be prepared for these fallouts of the occupation. And when we deoccupy the territories, we will not forget. People will live with this trauma for years and years on end. People who lived under occupation, those who worked with the victims of the occupation, those who covered the situation in the media, etc. So we should not forget about those territories on the second day after deoccupation. Life goes on, but it is not that happy after the deoccupation. For example, Izium was deoccupied in September, but until now, the DNA tests are going on, and people don't know whether they would retrieve the bodies of their nearest and dearest, and whether they would ever be able to give them a dignified burial. And in 4 months, we have to continue going there and to write about it, to publish articles about it. And it is a true challenge for the Ukrainian and international media to keep Ukraine in focus, because as the father said, it is with us for a long time to come.
Moving and obviously informative discussion, and Slava Ukraini.
have a seat.
Friends, we have greatest honor to have this panel conversation with our First Lady and with Archbishop Guzak. And conversation will be about future of Ukraine and about what we're striving for. And for me, this is one of the most important questions of this war. And great honor. And Zani, floor is yours.
Thank you, Victor, and welcome all of you. And I'm also honored to be moderating what I know will be an extraordinarily interesting conversation between two remarkable individuals. You need no introduction. Olena Zelenska, the First Lady of Ukraine, Boris Gudziak, Metropolitan Archbishop of Philadelphia for Ukrainian Catholics in the US, and of course, President of the Ukrainian Catholic University. We're going to look forward today. We're going to look forward to Ukraine at peace, and we're going to look forward to the kind of country that you will have and that you will be creating. But I just want to take stock before we do that, because it's now, almost 11 months since Russia's unprovoked invasion changed the world as we know it. It was an attack, unprovoked attack on a peaceful neighbor. It's caused unspeakable horror, as you know, but also the remarkable bravery and resistance of your country, I think, stunned the world. And it's a powerful testament to standing up for freedom, to standing up for democracy, to standing up for the values that we all hold dear. And I think as a result, the perception of Ukraine internationally, a country that, forgive me if I say this, but was known as somewhat chaotic and somewhat corrupt, has fundamentally shifted. Ukraine is now an exemplar, a moral exemplar to the world. And Ukrainian society, I think, is also changing, and has changed and will change. And so I hope we can really talk about this, about how you think the world sees Ukraine differently and how Ukraine sees itself differently. And that you can, Archbishop, we can get your sense of the moral dimensions of this war. So we're going to reflect on all of that. We're going to reflect on it in a combination of languages. So I hope you all have if you don't speak Ukrainian, which I'm afraid my Ukrainian is very, very limited, I don't, get your microphones, your translations ready. Translation channel number 1 is English. And I was going to start with you, Olena, if I may. How do you think the world now sees Ukraine differently?
Thank you, Zani. Now, I will speak Ukrainian, so put to understand me.
The world has seen Ukraine in a different light. I'm sure of that. But I should say, alas. I say alas because it happened too late. But it has happened. Too long has Ukraine been in a gray zone of sorts, and now the world has finally seen Ukraine and Ukrainians as we are, and we've gone out of this gray zone where we stayed unheeded by the world. Unfortunately, again, as I say. And the world has come to know what Ukrainians are, that they are resilient, they are brave, they are kind, and this inspires the entire world. I'm sure that the reason is that people need superheroes, like in movies. So they want to know that the good always prevails. And now they've got superheroes, not a single person, but a whole nation. At this point, the analogy stops, unfortunately, because in real life, nothing is like movies, and the reality, heroism has a punishing price, and the price of human lives. And I'm sure that we will remain in the focus of the world's attention. It is the response of the normal nation, the behavior of normal people being attacked by the aggressor. And I want the world to continue to be inspired when this horror ceases.
What are the values that you, Archbishop, see as being exemplified by Ukraine today?
Maybe I'll mention 4 points, and then I'll explain what those points are connected with. First, it's God-given human dignity. There's a value for life. And there's a sense that that life is not just a legal guarantee or something that is politically protected or economically assured, but it is given from God. It's holy, it's sacred, you cannot violate it. Second is solidarity. You know, I came back to New York, I was in Ukraine 5 times since February, and I'm on my way now. There are 14 million people displaced from their homes. Half of them are internally displaced persons. When I came back once to New York, I suddenly realized walking the streets, wait a second, there's no street people in Ukraine. There's nobody lying on the curb. Those 7 million people have been welcomed. They're in homes. They may be in schools, they may be in institutions and monasteries and churches, but they're not in big refugee camps. 7 million people. 7 million. Poland received 4. Ukrainians, in solidarity, received 7 million. It's amazing, solidarity. Third, subsidiarity. That's a tough one. What does subsidiarity mean? Anybody want to help? It's bringing responsibility and authority down to the lowest level, which gives people dignity, gives them the right to decide, but it also makes them responsible. And that's what the Ukrainian army is. It's not top-down. We've read about that in all the reports. And the fourth point is common good. The sense of the common good, working together, realizing that this battle is not only Ukraine's battle, but it's a battle for freedom in the world. It's not a coincidence, Zanny, that these are the 4 principal points of Catholic social doctrine, which have been enunciated by Metropolitan Sheptytsky for the first half of the 20th century, continued in the underground church. The head of the Greek Catholic Church, Lubomir Huzar, minority church, 8%. He became the #1 moral authority. Victor went to his funeral, stood in line, didn't go like a VIP. And it's continued today. And that is very important for people to understand, that this is not deus ex machina, that it suddenly just happened. It's not that Ukraine has totally changed in one day. Yes, Ukraine is changing because war changes history very quickly. People just weren't watching. People didn't understand. Often it's because people look at money, power, factories, cars, infrastructure. But there's more to human life than that. There's the soul, there's the heart.
So in your view, it's the underlying values that underpin your faith coming out. Elena, I'm sure you would agree with that, but are there areas and ways in which you think that Ukraine has changed, and that perhaps it is these underlying values coming more to the fore, but in what ways do you think your society has changed?
Мені здається, ми просто більше, як каже
I think, like His Eminence is saying, we've come to understand ourselves better. You can compare it to the situation whereby a person faces a terminal illness, but then they recover and they start valuing every minute of their lives. So we live day by day and we value every day. A lot of foreigners were stunned when they saw cafes, restaurants being open last summer. People were in the streets enjoying life, and they asked us how come that people live this calm life in a country at war. But it is possible because we value every day. We value every person by our side. We have become a human-centric country. We understand that tomorrow we might lose our nearest and dearest, so we have to give them our care and love today. And we know that when our children go to school, we are looking forward to their coming back, because there is an opportunity, a possibility, minute as it might say, that they would never return. And I hope that we will preserve this feeling of unity and of enjoying life every minute after the war. In the process of recovery of the country, we will be rebuilding it as an inclusive society that heeds interests of every person, people with disabilities, people with fewer opportunities, and we should build back better, and I'm sure that it will be so.
A human-centric country that will be inclusive in its rebuilding. I want to touch on one element, though, that is, I think, often talked about. We're at the World Economic Forum. There's a lot of talk about economy. There's a lot of talk about the military side. But one aspect that I think is perhaps spoken about less is what is the consequence of this on the society and on the mental health of Ukrainians, on the way Ukrainians are behaving, and frankly, what scars will be left from this. And maybe I could ask you first, Olena. You know, I love the idea of an inclusive, human-centric Ukraine, but how much do you worry about the long-lasting consequences of what you are going through?
Yes. These consequences will be long-term. Unfortunately, we are sure of that, and we should face this reality, because we should understand who our enemy is, and we should be prepared for a long haul. All of us in Ukraine now do not live a normal life. You cannot describe our state as normal. We feel this rush of adrenaline, and sometimes we behave, I would say, too relaxed even during air raids, because we've been living this through this situation for too long, and not a single person in Ukraine would say that they are okay. But at the same time, there are people who suffered most, those who witnessed the death of their nearest and dearest, those who suffered themselves, those who lost their homes. All of that has been caused by the war, and these wounds, this trauma will stay with us for decades to come. And what pleases me is that Ukraine has started to address the issues of today and those that will come down the road. We are developing the program of moral health and psychosocial support. We should establish such a model of psychosocial support within the national health system for it to be accessible to everyone. A model of psychosocial support that will provide to everyone, cater to everyone. And if you make timely and effective interventions, then in 90% this trauma can be worked with and can be overcome. Of course, we will have people with disabilities, we will have war veterans, we will have orphans, we will have a lot of people with disabilities, we'll have people who don't have their homes anymore. And all of that, it's closely related with mental health. Today, we are here in Davos at a financial and economic forum, but mental health is not just a public health issue. It is the social issue because it entails asocial behavior, it entails abuse of substances, suicidal sentiment, etc. So we should realize that we are in for it, and we will have to address all of those issues tomorrow and down the road. So an interagency group with representatives of all concerned Ukrainian ministries confirms this idea that we should start right now. It's about the Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry for the Veterans Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Education, and of course, Ministry of Public Health. All of them are engaged. All of them work together in concert. And now we have designed a communication campaign that will get this message across to every Ukrainian, how they should recognize those symptoms, what they should do, how they should contribute to overcoming stigma that unfortunately exists in our society whenever you use this word psycho. And we are doing our best to prevent those potential aftermaths.
And for the Archbishop on the same subject.
Дуже дякую, що нагадали мені.
Thanks a lot for reminding to me, Your Eminence. You are the president of Ukrainian Catholic University, which is engaged in the national program of mental and psychological health, for which we are extremely grateful to you and the university. So they are developing treatment protocols, medical protocols, etc. But my question is not about that. The Church has always had its own methods of providing psychological support to its people. So have you got any new challenges during this large-scale invasion, and what responses have you found to those challenges?
I think you've named the challenges.
The challenges facing everybody, the church included. What are the answers? They are in a process, but there's a fundamental approach to the answer. The trauma, the orphans, the amputees, the psychological distress, the destruction, all of that is the result of evil. And I've been reflecting a lot about this because my parents lived through the Second World War. They were under Nazi and Soviet occupation. They saw the horrors of the Holocaust. My aunt, who's 94 years old in New York City, still tells me how she brought water to the prison and washed the bodies of dead people so that relatives could recognize them. That war took 6 years. There were 7 million residents of Ukraine killed. And then they were refugees for another 5 years. And there's a lot of people who are children or grandchildren of that generation. And they went forward. They gave life. They rebuilt in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine. How do you do that? How do you do that? What is the destruction and what is life? From the first pages of the Bible, we have an answer. God is the giver. He gives Adam and Eve everything. You have everything. Just don't take from that tree because you will die. What does Adam do? He grabs. He takes. He moves away from the life of the gift to the life of the grab. Putin is living the ultimate grab. There's not enough. 11 time zones is not enough. You know, Russia's 28 times as big as Ukraine. You need the 29th part. How much can you eat? How much can you consume? That is evil. And it leads to genocide. It leads to war crimes. The only way to heal is through patient love, to live the give. And already this solidarity, this subsidiarity, the common good, the value of the God-given dignity of a person is the life for the other. So that is a foundation. The psychology, the church life, the business friends, my dear friends, the business, the economy has to be for the other. And there's nothing better than giving. Some people are really discovering that. Isn't it great to give? There's nothing better than to give.
if Ukrainians give, if you non-Ukrainians give to help Ukrainians, you will see this country is going to be an economic tiger. It's going to be an ecological model. And it will be a place for moral inspiration, not only during war, but during peace. To live the gift, to give, and not to grab.
It's hard to even ask a question after such a powerful... powerful vision that you lay out. Can I just ask you, though, that is a very powerful view for Ukraine and for Ukrainians. It's also something that applies to everybody else. But do you have a sense of the consequences of this invasion, of this evil, as you put it, on those outside Ukraine? I mean, you spend a lot of time in the United States. Do you think that it has had an impact on people who are not direct participants?
Sure. Here's father from France. J'étais en France et j'ai vu une chose très, très sympathique pour les Ukrainiens. In France, I was in Bayeux, a regional town. It was night. I walk up to the cathedral. It's open. There's an open house, a light show. You walk in, there's a Ukrainian flag by the European flag, and people are praying. I walk out, there's City Hall. And in the shade, I see there's 15 flags. Flag of France, a flag of the European Union, a flag of Bayeux. And on both sides, 6, a total of 12 Ukrainian flags. Bayeux. There's nothing Ukrainian in Bayeux. There's no connection with Bayeux. And the king of Queen was not in Bayeux. Maybe if this was Reims. But yeah, there's little flags in front of the houses in Pennsylvania. It's a big wake-up call, Zanny. The world in the 21st century, when everything is almost up for grabs, everything's transactional. We live in a post-truth world, often, politics, alternative facts in journalism or propaganda. Not all, but and all of a sudden somebody is saying somewhere, oh, no. It's not that simple. This is good and this is absolute evil. That is true and this is false. And you know what? I'm going to risk my life for it. You know, kids in Paris are not going to give their life for the European flag, but they're looking up. Politicians are looking. Maybe it's not just the business deal with the, Northern Pipeline. Maybe we need to maintain principles. Maybe we can't always sell out for the bottom line. And I think that's what Ukraine is saying to the world, and the world is interested.
Yeah. And that sense that there are values worth fighting for.
There are moral, objective things, because the big question is, do we live in a time of moral subjectivity when you can argue for anything?
But I think that you put your finger on something very, very powerful, and that is something that I recognize in countries far beyond Ukraine. But one consequence, you spoke earlier that one of the lessons of this was that you needed love. But these are, at the same time you say we have learnt the need to fight against evil. And I sort of want to put those two together and ask how a society afterwards, I mean, there is evil that you are fighting, but in the aftermath you want to create an inclusive society that is positive. Can you put those two together for me? And, there are now perceptions, Ukraine used to view Russia and Russians very, very differently than it does now. Talk me through how, after this war, the new Ukraine will feel about its neighbor, about Russians. How do you see that, Elena?
That's a tough one. We are in a situation whereby we cannot find any empathy to the enemy, which is quite natural, I think. And they started their aggression with starting to call us nationalists, or Nazis even. We didn't have so many nationalists before the all-out war, as many as we have today. Nationalists, that is tantamount to the response to this aggression. You start protecting, defending your nation, your nationality against the aggressor. Without the aggressor, the national sentiment, the national aspiration is not that strong. But now all of our children are becoming nationalists. This cannot make you happy when your children can tell the sound of a missile flying in from the sound of the Iranian drone. But our children can tell the difference between the two sounds. And of course, they have got no empathy to the Russian leaders, to the Russian military, to the Russian citizens as well. When will it change? It can change when this country, which is unfortunately our neighbor, realizes at last that they have to repent. They have to undo this evil that they brought to our country. And we don't know how long it's going to take. And we cannot wait for them to find their mind again and to become civilized. We have to continue putting up resistance. This is a very difficult situation. You cannot compare it with, say, a dysfunctional family where a husband and wife are at loggerheads about something. They killed all the empathy, all the friendly feelings that we might have had before towards them, towards their country, towards their people. And I cannot imagine how long, how many decades or even centuries it will take to heal these wounds and to bridge these gaps.
Try to answer in two parts, and they need to be kept together and not quoted separately. There's a deep problem in Russia and with Russians. There's a deep pathology of imperialism. Russians believe that they have to be an empire, that you have to belong to me. Ukrainians today are saying, you know, Americans are not going to be colonies of the Brits. Uruguay is not going to be a colony of Spain, Algeria, France. Blacks are not going to be the slaves of whites. It's over. Now, the Russians need to understand that. But when not only Putin, the whole political elite, the business elite, 700 university presidents signed a petition supporting the war. Not a single bishop out of 300 Orthodox bishops has stepped out against the war. And Patriarch Kirill uses jihadist language, saying, if you go and die killing Ukrainians and get killed, your sins will be forgiven. This is a deep, deep problem. It's not one man. This whole idea that it's just Putin needs to be, it's another illusion. Another illusion. Get it out of your head. Tell others to get it out of their head. There's a deep pathology in Russian culture. It's in Russian ballet, it's in Russian literature, it's in Russian schools, and it needs to be dealt with. Now, can it be dealt with? I believe in miracles. I believe in conversion. I believe maybe I will convert someday. You know, in 1942, Robert Schuman started thinking and writing, how will we French live with the Germans after the defeat of the Nazis? Now, that wasn't something for a discourse in 1942. The war had to be won. Not only the war had to be won, the Nazis had to be defeated. The
A pathology had to be named, it had to be judged, it had to be condemned and sentenced by a Nuremberg trial. And then those ideas of human fellowship, which were being hatched even during the war by those called to this vocation, to which others like de Gaulle joined, Alcide de Gasperi in Italy, Konrad Adenauer. And they said, but it was only 1962 really when Adenauer and de Gaulle met in Reims, where they said, okay, we're going to put a stop to it. It was 17 years after the war. Today, French children and German children have to learn about the war. They don't know about it. But there were 2 or 3 generations of exchanges, of mutual textbooks, of the work of churches, civic organizations, encounters of governments that said, you know what? We can't move to a different continent. Ukraine can't move, to the neighborhood of Brazil. Someday, Russia will have to understand, I hope not someday, soon, that the God-given dignity of Ukrainians is something that they will defend to the last drop of blood. And this Russians need, because it's a terrible thing to be an imperialist. It's a terrible thing to be a slave owner. It's a blotch. It's a shame. And we need to get Russians out of this by winning this war.
That is a very optimistic, parallel in that you're right when you describe what happened in Europe, but it happened in the aftermath of the complete defeat of the Germans and a radical transformation of German society. Do you think that is the sort of necessary ingredient for the future that you're painting? Because I was very struck by the First Lady saying this is decades or possibly centuries. Which of those is it?
I'm a historian, actually, by training, not a prophet. I think we can learn. I think it's very simple, and we're seeing it in American history. The scars of slavery are still there. 150 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, over 50 years after the civil rights laws of the 1960s, we still have deep, deep problems. These things, it's hard to outlaw sin. And sin is that grab. And that's why we have to get on our knees. That is why we need to repent. That is why we need to say, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. And until that becomes also a part of our political language, was it Willy Brandt who knelt? That was important. Maybe that was a secular kind of a penitence. But it can't happen otherwise. It can't. It's not possible. Otherwise, there will be this aggression, there will be these pretenses, there will be whole political systems, academic programs, cultural, expressions built on a false and very dangerous foundation.
I hope that can happen. With that, I'd like to open for questions. We have time for a few questions for this extraordinary conversation. Be part of it. There's a microphone. Please put your hand up. Lady there, yes, right there in the grey jacket.
Hello, thank you for this insightful discussion. My question is to the First Lady of Ukraine, and it's really around women's leadership and what it means now. We've seen the failings of leadership, oil and gas, economic, all of that. And women's voices, women's leadership, what do you see going forward and the need for that?
Дякую за запитання.
Thank you very much for your question. I think It is a natural process when the role of women is growing in the society of today. We see the aftermath of underrepresentation of women. Not a single woman who is the defense minister, prime minister, or president that started a war in the 20th century, let alone 21st century. I understand that we add humanity. In no way am I diminishing the humanity of men, but women add this human touch, human approach, and it pleases me immensely when I see the growing representation of women at every level of the society, in the civil society and in parliaments, in governments. In Ukraine, we do not have to discuss equal opportunities or to prove that women should be at par with men. During the war, we don't see any difference between the roles of men and women because everyone contributes what he or she is capable of contributing. More than 30,000 women volunteered to fight at the front line. So they joined the military when the war started. So that's their totally conscious choice. And a lot of men are now taking care of children because they haven't got their mothers to do that. So it's not the change of roles, it's the testament of our living in the society of equal opportunity, and I hope that it will continue to be so. And as I said before, I'm sure that this feminine touch, this soft power that we wield, we women, will help all of us.
Your Eminence, you wanted to ask the First Lady a question too on this.
Pani Oleno,
Olena, I'm getting to know you and your image and your posture, your beautiful language, your warm smile. If I may, as you mentioned in the interview to BBC, that you are addressing thousands as if there were only 3 people. If you could address millions of mothers in China, in India, in southern America, could say something about Ukrainian children and what these people can do to build the support for Ukrainian children.
Of Africa, China, India, of other countries, about the children of Ukraine and what they can do to help protect those children that you know and love.
A child in any country is a child, and a mother in any country is a mother. So at this level, we should ask them to imagine what happens if your child is killed, your innocent child is killed. And under the circumstances, you cannot remain indifferent. You cannot imagine not taking sides. You cannot imagine failing to cry together with Ukrainian mothers, standing on the sidelines. So I want them to feel our pain and to make sure that their politicians realize that when innocents suffer, it means that the world is not fair, that the war is not just. And it is very easy now to take sides. Either you stand for violence and evil, or you stand for the good and you defend your people. And if you fail to make the right choice, then you will be forced to do that sooner or later. the criminals will force you to make your choice. So in order not to become a victim, you have to start talking, to start acting. You have to raise your voice and talk to your politicians. Unfortunately, many of them keep silent. There will be no neutrality eventually because you should understand what's black and what's white. And for the good to prevail, it would be logical, it would be right to stand on the side of the good.
There's a question here from a lady at the front.
Terry Kennedy with Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. Good to see you again. Could you tell us a little bit about your foundation and any way that we could help to support what you're doing? Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thanks a lot. A very timely question. I will be speaking about it at a lot of meetings in Davos. Olena Zelenska Foundation is about collecting humanitarian aid. We've managed so far to assist thousands of people who flee from occupied territories and those who are currently in recently deoccupied ones. We are helping to restore schools and hospitals. We raise funds for that. And we are designing a project related to the children's needs, support of family type institutions for children. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of institutionalized children, and these institutions should be dropped gradually on our way to the European Union. The child should be raised in family or in the conditions that are as close to the family ones as possible. So these family-based care homes for children are the target of our assistance. We work together with different charities, and we work with families who have got up to 10 foster children, and they are going through very hard times. They have been displaced to other regions of Ukraine from either recently deoccupied territories or those very close to the front line. So we've initiated the project to provide assistance to those families with foster children, to provide housing to them, and to build houses for other families who would volunteer to adopt or have foster children. And we trained dozens of families willing to do so in the future, who want to institute such family-based care homes for children, so that they are well prepared for this work, because it is hard work. And now we are trying to help children's institutions that have been evacuated abroad. We want them, when they return to Ukraine, to be dispersed as institutions for children, for the children to find families. You know that now, because of the combat actions, a lot of children remain orphans, and we have to concentrate political, economic, and financial effort to support these forms of raising children. And I'm looking for partners here in Davos to support us financially and to support us with construction materials. We need the houses that will be energy efficient and energy independent, that will have actually shelters, which is a necessity under the circumstances of Ukraine today. The houses that are quick to build and easy to maintain. And we contact also construction companies, large construction companies, and we also rely on their expertise and support.
I think we have time for one more question. Is there one more? Yes, gentleman there, standing up, exactly. Coming.
Hi, I'm from Washington, D.C., and I've been working for 3 Ukrainian humanitarian organizations in the United States to raise millions of dollars for ambulances and other relief, especially helping the orphanages. And what I've noticed recently, the average American has contributed almost $80 out of 350 million people. That's not a bad average. But what I've noticed recently is there's Ukraine fatigue. Everybody was really hoping this war would be over by now, and they're wondering why it's not. That's not an answer for you all. How do I keep my donors inspired, excited about giving and helping Ukraine?
That is a very, very good question. Maybe first we'll go to the Archbishop and then to you, Elena. How do you counter Ukraine fatigue? How do you keep the donors inspired?
I'll start from the second question. And you can't do this with 300 million people, but the best way to get your leaders fired up and keep them fired up is to go to Ukraine, to visit. And not only Lviv, but, to go to Kyiv, to Bucha, and if possible, to Kharkiv and other places in the east. I think everybody that's been there receives such inspiration that lasts for a long time. It's natural. It's natural, for our attention to wane. We live in a time of very, very short attention spans. I think Hollywood now for children's movies makes scenes no longer than 3 seconds or 2 seconds because it has to be switched all the time. So I would say it's a miracle that Ukraine is still on the front pages. It's not only a miracle, it's the devastation, it's the clarity, the black and white clarity. We just have to work. And those of us who are engaged in it have to work harder. Because we might think that, we've been working so hard. But as long as we do what we can do, today, we can go to sleep and say, Lord, this is your world, take over. We shouldn't beat ourselves, we need to be realistic. But I believe that, the world is making a difference. You've collected millions, I've collected millions, other people have collected millions, maybe tens of millions. But with a stroke of a pen, the President of the United States mandated billions. We have to keep working with the politicians. The politicians, that they don't make stupid choices, short-sighted choices. That's the real strategic thing. Because I don't know how much, you'll do the math later. The 2 aid packages, it's close to 100 billion already. That's divided by 300 million, that's probably $10,000 per American, or something like that. I might be wrong by a zero. Not quick enough. So let's just keep on working. And maybe this won't apply to, secular people. But I'll tell you, as a person of faith, we can't do it without God. You'll tire out, you'll pucker, something will give up. We need God's grace for this. And I can tell you, having tried with all my failings to give my whole life to other people, every time I get tired, after every decade, after every failure, when I pray, the Lord gives new strength, and I hope to keep going forward.
I think all of us understand that Ukraine is fighting this kinetic war, but the moral war is being waged against the entire world, and all of us need this common victory. I will tell your daughters something like this: if you are tired, if you feel this fatigue, you can just take a rest or take a break. But imagine what happens if Ukrainians take a break, if they get tired and they stop and say, okay, we do not go on, be what may. Just address this issue on your own, we will go. Say to America, to Australia, to Europe, and then Europe will be left to its own devices. We have no right to stop, to be fatigued, to be tired, and we hope that you will share this emotion. Another aspect is totally practical. You provided us with so much help, and if you stop now, it was mean that all the previous help was totally in vain. One cannot stop extinguishing the fire when half of the house is in flames. Otherwise, the entire house will burn down. And it will mean that you either do everything or you do nothing.
That is a very powerful note to end on, but I just want, because we have 1 minute left, I would love to end, because this is a forward-looking conversation. It's been an amazingly interesting conversation. Paint me briefly a picture of the Ukraine that emerges from the end. Just pick out one or two things of what there will be in the Ukraine that is you are creating through this extraordinary, difficult episode.
To me, it is a country of my dream. We all work together towards seeing this country of our dream, the country of equal opportunities, a country of people who value one another and their future, a country that treasures all of its partners throughout the world, all of its neighbors, that a country that can sustain peace because it appreciates the value and the price of this peace. And it will be the backbone of peace and security in the world in the future.
I dream of a Ukraine that gives life to a lot of children, where children are welcome, where children are free, where children are surrounded by a beautiful ecology. I dream of a country that continues to give bread to Africa, to the Middle East, to starving populations. I dream of a country where they're not number 3 or 4 among the computer outsources, but they're 1 or 2. I dream of a country that all of you will want to visit. I dream of a country that begins singing again and teaches the world to sing. I dream of a country where people coming out of this solidarity really look at each other face to face and say, we want to live personally, not only virtually. I dream of a country that helps change the world. I think the beginning is there.
What a place to end. Thank you. Thank you both. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much.
certain arrivals, and I'm very glad we have achieved that arrival. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope many of you were able to see the exhibition downstairs and upstairs, which is really breathtaking. It's an extraordinary exhibition. And now we have an extraordinary person to talk to us. I think most of you know Alexandra Matvichuk as the winner of the Nobel Prize. But I want to start by asking you, Alexandra, if you tell us a little bit about how you got to that point. So, where did you grow up? Where did you go to school?
I was born in Kiev and spent my childhood in a small city near Kiev, Boyarka. And in my life, I was lucky to meet very meaningful people. One of them is dissident, philosopher, and writer Yevgen Sverstyuk. Yevgen Sverstyuk ingrained me in the circle of Ukrainian dissidents. And it was a very important lesson learned for me, because I met people who have a courage to speak what they think and to do about what they speak.
When was this? How old were you? When did you meet him?
I was in school. And maybe I was the youngest person in the circle. And I remember that I mostly kept silence and listened to the story of people who were imprisoned in Soviet Russia and still fighting for Ukraine independence and for human dignity in different fields. And also important lessons learned, which I got from this experience, it was understanding that even when you have no other instrument to fight for human dignity, but just your own words and your own position, you must do it. And this can provide a huge change.
So, at this point, when you meet him, you're in school. Are you thinking about what you're going to do as a career? What were you thinking in terms of what you would do as a profession?
I was very interested in art, and I even have some national award for my working like young person who made performances. And
did you do art, paintings, or performance?
It's performance in theater. And first, I think maybe I will be a theater performer who make performances. And together with Yevgen Sverstyuk, he was the head of Ukrainian Pen Club for that days. We organized dozens and dozens of special events devoted to Ukrainian literature, some Ukrainian historical personalities, to some important events in Ukrainian history. But parallel, I was always have a very sharp feeling that I can't tolerate injustice. It started when in school I suddenly understood that a Ukrainian one of the famous poets, was killed in Soviet Gulag when I was 3 years old. So this evil is not from the Middle Ages. It's very close. And this pushed me to enter the law faculty in order to study law and to use legal instruments to fight with injustice.
So you went into law from the start, not because you wanted to become a lawyer and work with companies. You wanted to use law for human rights.
Yes, but I'm from poor family, so I decided to combine. And I started to work very early in the student student, and I work in the bank fields, and parallel, I always do something for public good, for public goals. When I entered university, I understood that I had a privilege to be a student of law faculty of Kyiv National University of Taras Shevchenko only because before I was lucky to study and to graduate at Ukrainian Humanitarian LSU. So I have a very good preparation. And my friends from my hometown Boyarka have no such a chance, not because I'm better, because they have no such environment which transform me. And that's why when I started my study in university, I returned to Boyarka and established a youth club in my native gymnasium. And parallel, then when I established student parliament, and I was the president of student parliament, and then together with my team, we developed and created All Ukrainian Youth Organization. And in 2009, we was awarded with the title of the best All Ukrainian Youth Organization. And maybe it's just a title because from my perspective, Plus is the best All Ukrainian Youth Organization. But we were very proud because we tried to develop critical thinking through the debate, and we had members in different regions of Ukraine. It were students, and they pay fees for, like, members' fee for our organization. And for that moment, I have no idea that there is a donor system and we can obtain grants. We do everything as on volunteers basis. And we, as a youth, try to counteract with the first sign of developing authoritarian regime, which become more larger and which pushed me to stop my commercial career. In 2010 or 2011, for that moment I worked in Association of Ukrainian Band. I started to monitor political persecution in Ukraine, and because I'm from the youth movement, we obtained a lot of information and it was hidden from national media. And we started to make reports together with other colleagues from the human rights field. And the last drop for me was when the president of Association of Ukrainian Band organized a press conference with a criticize of action of President Victor and his financial policy. Next day, tax police came to Association of Ukrainian Banks and issued a huge fine. And it was like a momentum for me to understand that I have to decide. In such country, you can't combine your commercial development career and your some investment for public goals. And I stopped my work in bank fields and concentrated on human rights.
So at that point, you now have the Yanukovych regime, which has become quite, as you say, quite authoritarian. Did they start to persecute you? Did they bring tax cases or that kind of thing against you?
In 2010, 2011, no, but it was only a matter of fact because we as a Center for Civil Liberties work not only on Ukrainian issues, we closely cooperate with human rights defenders from other countries. And for example, we sent international mission to Belarus when Lukashenko regime firstly dispersed their peaceful demonstration. And also I was myself present on the first court which issued imprisonment for Ales Bilansky, the second Nobel Peace Laureate last year. And I was 4-year, if I'm not mistaken, 4-year imprisonment, only for human rights work. And he smiled to him, and it was a very sharp moment, because when he was taken away, only then his wife allowed her to come. So I know that sooner or later, if we will not be able to stop this authoritarian development and centralization, human rights defender will be attacked.
When you attacked a lot of human rights organizations, the method that the authoritarian government uses to attack is that you are a foreign agent, that you are taking help from foreign governments, that maybe the CIA is funding you. Was that used against you?
Yes, the authoritarian regime cooperate with each other and use the same authoritarian know-how. Not only how to prosecute civil society, but how to strengthen their centralized article. During the regime of Yanukovych, because we closely work with Russian human rights defenders and know the legislation in Russia, and our Russian colleagues named their Duma, Russian parliament, crazy printer. And we say, okay, if Duma is crazy printer, Ukrainian parliament is crazy scanner, because they copy the same laws which was adopted in Russian Federation. So the same practice were being used, and that's why I strongly believe that everything which we faced at that moment in Ukraine, it couldn't be solved in national borders, because it's only a reflection of negative global trends in our region, and we have to unite with our efforts with colleagues from different countries and to work on international level to stop this. Because in our region, the producer of this authoritarian trend is Russia.
Tell me, what was your role? What did you see during the Maidan uprising? Tell us about that in your role.
When Maidan started in 21 of November, I was joined as an ordinary participant. I remember that we put a European flag to our window of our office and said, okay, maybe other government decide to stop the integration, but we still, with the whole office, we are on our way to European Union. And there, in the middle of the day, I registered in Office of General Prosecutor the appeal against Prime Minister, because according to Ukrainian legislation, he misused his power. He had no power to decide external policy of Ukraine. And in the evening, I joined the Maidan, because the call appeared in social networks, and it was very natural for me to join. More involved in revolution of dignity, I become with a new role when police brutally dispersed peaceful student demonstration. In response, I, together with my team, created a civil initiative Euromaidan SOS. And we brought up several thousands of people throughout the country to provide legal and other assistance to persecuted protesters. And every day, hundreds and hundreds of people who were beaten, who were tortured, who were accused in fabricated criminal or administrative charges, who were missed, abducted, passed through our care. So I know, because for that moment we start to work with the human pain, that we, as the Ukrainian people, paid a high price just for a chance to build a country where the rights of everybody are protected, government is accountable, judiciary is independent, and police do not beat students which are peacefully demonstrating. And I finished this story about our involvement in revolution of dignity with one of the main lessons learned from that time. Because, frankly speaking, maybe our efforts was seen military group Titushki cooperate together with prosecutors. Prosecutors cooperated with courts. The former president, former government, majority of parliament were against peaceful protesters. They want to liquidate peaceful protest even physically. And in this situation, it was very easy to say, what can I do? But because our volunteers and our lawyers fought very honestly for each person, for each procedure's measures, suddenly we start to work not only on legal, but on symbolic level where ideas and senses are emerging. And everyone on Maidan throughout the country know that there is no guarantee. You can be beaten, you can be arrested, you can even be killed. But there are people who will fight for you, who will never leave you alone, who will do whatever they can to help you, to release you, and to help your family. And this understanding provides people courage to overcome the fear.
And your work now, since February 24th, has been focused on one big thing, which is part of the exhibition here at this Ukraine House, documenting Russian war crimes. What do you hope to achieve by doing this?
We want to achieve justice. We document all these war crimes for 8 years already, not for national archives. We document all these crimes in order sooner or later hold Putin and Lukashenko and other senior political leadership and military high command to be brought to justice. Because what we are documenting is something different. It's not just violation of Geneva conventions. It's a pure human pain. I asked myself in the first years of the war, why Russians are so cruel? I personally interviewed hundreds of people who survived Russian captivity, and they told me horrible stories, how they were beaten, how they were raped, how their fingers were cut, how their nails were turned in, how their meals were cleaned, how they were compelled to write something with their own blood. I always work with victims and I'm trying to understand what in the mind and the soul of people who can do it. And now I'm totally clear that because we, for current moment, only for 10 months of large-scale Russian invasion, together with other human rights organization in the Tribunal for Putin initiative documented more than 29,000 episodes of war crimes. I'm totally aware that Russia used war crimes as the masses of war fear. They deliberately cause human suffering because they want to break people resistance and occupy Ukraine by the immense pain of civilian population. And just to explain it in other way, I remind myself the story of sociological experiment which I read several years ago. It was rather cruel psychological experiment. The scientists beat animal with electricity, which when this animal tried to eat or to do something. And this resulted in a situation when this poor animal decided to die with a pain, but not to resist and to struggle to save his life. And this phenomena was called learned helplessness. So I think that now Russians try to organize this psychological experiment in the frame of the whole nation. And if the phenomenon of learned helplessness exists, it has to be a learned optimism as well. And we are not the first generation who are fighting for freedom in all senses, for freedom to be independent state but not Russian colony, for freedom to be Ukrainians and to develop our own language and culture, and for freedom to have our democratic choice. And this provides us energy to move further.
You said you asked yourself how Russians can be so cruel. And I want you to try to answer that with keeping this in mind. You, as you say, you worked a lot with Russian human rights organizations. You got the Nobel Prize with a great Russian human rights organization, one of the greatest, I think, in the world, Memorial. What do you think it is? Is it that Russia has the capacity to put in place a regime that is so brutal, so, that people just accept that?
Putin governed Russia not only with repression and censorship. He governed Russia with a special social contract between Kremlin elites and general people. And this social contract is based on so-called Russian glory. And unfortunately, majority of Russian people see their glory in even forcible restoring of Russian empire. And this is a problem. That's why our Russian colleague Vladimir Postapov named Putin a big ear, because he hears what the majority of Russians want. And in this regard, I think that even non-popular voices of Russian human rights defenders and other brave people in Russia who now face and struggle not only against Putin regime, but against the majority public opinion, it's very essential. I remind myself the Hannah Arendt book about Eichmann process. And Eichmann was asked on the court, but everything which you are doing and which was you was responsible for is so unhuman. How you can do it as a human being? And he answered, but nobody tell me that is wrong. Majority of Russians who now supported this war will never have a privilege to say so, because the voices of Russian human rights defenders maybe it's not very loud, but very clear. This war is a war of oppression. Occupation of Crimea and other territories is an international crime and a severe violation of international law. And I said in my Nobel lecture that Russian people will be responsible and take responsibility for this shameful page of their history in their attempt to forcibly restore Russian empire. But I finish in a good note, because when we understand the roots of the problem, it's become very obvious that success of Ukraine can provide a chance for a democratic future of Russia itself. And we closely cooperate with the Russian Human Rights Center Memorial for years before the war started in 2014, and all these 8 years they provide enormous support to us working with the cases of Ukrainian political prisoners. And when I ask them how we, Ukrainian human rights defenders, can be helpful, because we are labeled as a foreign agent, we are persecuted, we face this imprisonment, with killing, with torture, etc., they always answered, if you want to help us, please be successful.
Let me open it up and ask if you have questions. I don't
my question is something that I think bothers all of us. How to, Lisa, yes, member of the Ukrainian Parliament. Yes, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I want to ask something that really bothers, I think, all of us. Since we see always across the news, and you said something in the beginning of your talk today that only having one voice and speaking out is already a lot. How serious too. But I often, it's my personal challenge, and I'm sure it's a challenge for many of us, I feel that, like we speak so much, we do so much, and personally, because we constantly continue, we try to continue. And sometimes I feel when I go somewhere and I speak, and I know it's important to talk about it, to tell these stories, but I feel that in the end, how do I feel? Where is the result? How do you see it from yourself? I was asking you the question so that your stature is granted you multiple opportunities right now. But it's the moment we want justice. How do you feel that we're closer to that? Do you have any milestones on this way? I think it will be very inspiring and important for those who have this challenge to hear.
Thank you for this question. I will start answering with the feeling that because of the challenge which we face, all our efforts can be seen as a small effort. But it's not because it's not essential, it's only because the challenge is so huge and enormous. And I always remind myself this picture of the devotion of dignity with a drop and with the title, We Are Drop of the Ocean. Okay, each of us are drop, but together we are drop of the ocean. And this is something very important because from all these small efforts arise something bigger. I will remind you that when the Russians started the invasion, large-scale invasion in 2022, international organizations vacated their stuff from Ukraine. But ordinary people remained. And it were ordinary people who rescued people who tried to evacuate from the cities under the artillery fire of Russia. It were ordinary people who trampled people out from the bubbles of residential buildings, like we just recently seen before. It were ordinary people who broke encirclement to provide humanitarian aid. So ordinary people have a much more huge impact than they can even imagine. And massive mobilization of ordinary people throughout the world can change the world history quicker than the UN intervention. Especially in this moment when we see that the whole UN system couldn't stop Russian atrocities. And in the day when Secretary General of UN came to Kiev, on the same day the Russian rocket hit residential building and killed in her own flat our colleague, journalist Vera Gavich. So when we can't rely upon legal institutions, legal instruments, and international system of peace and security, we can always rely upon people. And I had a story which a positive ending which proved this. In 2017, I launched the international campaign Save Alexei. What I and my team did, we united different people in more than 35 countries who couldn't stay indifferent to this problem. And we organized the campaign, which started with the simultaneous demonstrations in the 35 countries in the world, with the demand not to the abstract Putin, but to their own government, what the government had to do in order to release Alexei and other Ukrainian political prisoners. And we did different collective action during 1 year, and in that fact that in September 2019, Alexei and more and other 34 Ukrainian political prisoners returned home. It is a huge impact of the collective actions of the thousands of people in the world. So I think that we now have to build the huge demand in other countries for justice. We have to say that enough is enough. Russian troops committed horrible war crimes in Chechnya, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Mali, in Syria, in other countries of the world. And they have never been punished. They believed they can do whatever they want. We must take this circle to truth. We must establish international tribunal and hold Putin, Lukashenko, and other war criminals accountable.
Founder of the Telegram, the volunteer project, the largest aggregated database of war videos and photos and witness statements. So I put along with Alexandra, the Stanford Ukrainian emerging leader program. First of all, I'm very proud for this award for you and the work you are doing. But I have a question. We are not necessarily working with the war crimes. What we are trying to do is trying to preserve the memory of the people that what has happened. What all other tragedies taught us, like Holocaust, Babin Yar, Holodomor, Ukrainian famine, is that it's so tempting to rewrite the history after some time, and people try to do it. So I'm just thinking out curious, what is your vision of how we can preserve this memory in addition to bringing, the criminals to justice? What we as a nation can do so that our kids and kids all over the world would never be tempted to go the same way?
It's a good question, and I wish I had a very simple answer, but I have not. I will share my thoughts. And I will start with a story from Russian human rights defenders who told me that after collapse of the Soviet Union, they had a discussion among Russian society, civil society, whether or not it's worth to establish a court against communist crimes. And then the majority of civil society voices told, but for what? We now choose the path of democratization. Everybody understands that repression, Holodomor was horrible, international crimes, that Stalin is not a good manager. There is no necessity to invest our time in such kind of things. But this story shows us that if we will not be able to teach history lessons, sooner or later we will repeat this history. So that's why I think that it's very important to secure evidence and preserve national memory. But it's also important not only work for archives. This war is not just a war between two states, it's a war between two systems, authoritarianism and democracy. And Putin tries to convince the whole world that democracy, rule of law, and human rights are fake values. Because if they're genuine, why they couldn't protect you during the war? We have to respond something to this claim. We must demonstrate justice. In this regard, we will be able to say to our generation, to next generation, that okay, it was a period of temporal law disorder when nothing worked, when even human rights lawyer like me, when I asked what Ukraine needs, answered, provide Ukraine with weapons. But we fixed it. And we hold Russian war criminals accountable. Because rule of law is essential. And justice is possible, even though delayed. That's why, for me, the work with preserving national historical memory has to be corresponded with justice. a very tough choice during occupation to decide whom they have to rescue first, their museum or their child. And this is not a choice which people have to do. So I think that all this information which we and other colleagues are collecting will prove this deliberate intention to destroy Ukrainian identity. But for current moment, we need your support because a lot of Ukrainian art was stolen from museums and galleries, and Russian museums openly say that and about war and glorification of the war. And I think that respond from cultural side from other countries to such kind of barbarous action is very necessary for current moment. And also, it's not my field of expertise, but I know from this colleague who work in art field that we need also material assistance because Russians deliberately destroy critical civil infrastructure, and it's very difficult to preserve art in museums without heat, without light, without water, without everything. So if you can help your Ukrainian counterparts with this as well, it will be also very important. Thank you.
A final question. Your Excellency. Human rights maybe spoke about this, but I want to ask a very personal question. You mentioned Zelensky. I think those who know him imagine these
received Nobel Peace Prize during the war. And during the very